Hello, 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 and welcome to the stream. Hello, Leif and Nathaniel and Max. Welcome, welcome. I'm the Chris who plays games, as you all might know. I wear a funny hat, and I talk to you guys real slow, just like you like it. Thank you all for being here tonight. Tonight we're going to have a great night. We're going to play in some Rocket Knight Adventures on the Sega Genesis, a game also known by, I think another name, so Sparkster is the name of the main character, and so Rocket Knight Adventures 2 was also known as Sparkster on the Sega Genesis. The more you know. Hello, Nevik! We've also got a whole long list of topics tonight. As you know or may not know, in the United States we now have a new president. That new president is Mr. Donald John Trump. I actually never knew what the J stood for before today. And so, yeah, I've got 7 pages of notes here on President Trump, what he's done so far, what his cabinet looks like, and so on and so forth. So we are going to get started. We're going to play some games. We're going to hang out. We'll just get started by hanging out, have a little bit of fun, and you can all tell me, like, how was your week? You know, how are you? How was your Friday? How did you spend the day? Welcome to Skies Falling. Good to see you. So Rocket Knight Adventures, I know very little about, but it is oftentimes ranked as one of the best platformers on Sega. So I'd never really heard of it before. I've never played it or anything else like that. I guess it shows a little bit of its whatever with Sonic. I don't know what this guy's doing. Hey, Eric, how's it going? Good, Van Helsing. I'm glad to find out that you can make it. I'm so sorry that you cut your finger like that. That does suck. But yeah, alright. Does this look good? Is everything looking okay here? We got any major problems with Comcast tonight or anything else like that? You just let me know. If you watch this and you're like, oh my god, what's going on? Just, you know, you just tell me and I'll help you out. So yeah, Rocket Knight Adventures, pretty cool looking game. It was relatively late in the Sega era, so this is from 1993. And so it's a relatively late Sega game, I believe. But like I said, oftentimes ranked as one of the best platformers on Sega, so I wanted to check it out and share it with you. So the graphics are pretty cool. You got the nice multi-level, you know, parallax effects going on here, so that's a nice thing to have in any kind of game like this, and we'll just kind of make our way through. I do know that I only have a couple of lives and continues, so we may end up with a, you know, do-over at some point. I will, of course, abuse save stage judiciously, and if we do make it through the game, then we will obviously move on to Rocket Knight Adventures 2, also known on the Sega Genesis just as Sparkster. There was also a Sparkster game on the Super Nintendo, but apparently the two were, like, not strongly related. Like, they were the same characters, but not the same story or continuation. Hello, the MLGB Inner Tubes. Good to see you all here tonight. Happy Friday. Not so happy, you know, presidential inauguration day for those of us who are left-wing pinko commies like myself, and I think many who are here, though of course we do have a few who strongly believe in Mr. Donald J. Trump. So yeah, I have been saying for a while, you know, it's one of the biggest things that people have been saying is give Trump a chance, and my response has always been, I gave Trump a chance, and he has not proven himself to be deserving of me continuing that chance so far. Of course, now he is actually president, so I can stop talking about that and instead talk about all of the things he's actually done. And people won't have that excuse, even though it was never very good in the first place. So there is that. I got that going for me, which is nice, as they say. I salute you, comrade CPG. Well, that's good to know, inner tubes. Yeah, you know, I'm in the Pinko Commie, you know, People's Republic of Cambridge here in Boston. Alright, that did not go as well as I had hoped, but, you know, we'll take what you can get. Shoot this guy from the back a little bit here. Get out of here. I don't like you, pig. Oh, no! It's like Angry Birds, there are pigs. Oh, no, and I'm dead. Well, that did not go so well. Of the ways that could go, that was not the best. So you can type, you can always type Septipus RPG to see the status of the RPG. As you can see, the RPG bot is not as... It's not going to always display. It's displayed every... for 4 seconds out of every 15 seconds. Just because I didn't feel like it needed to be up there obscuring chat all the time. So it'll fade in and out, and yeah. No problem, DMX. Happy to have you participate. Or rather, happy to kick you out of a place where you are being completely intolerant of others, and if that continues here, I will have no problem kicking you out of here. I gave you several warnings on, you know, being intolerant. It is one thing to be intolerant of a politician's or a political view. It is one thing to be intolerant of someone who works in public space. It is another thing entirely to call my friends and I treasonous. That's a different level, and it's not a level that I'm comfortable with subjecting my friends to, so, you know. If you want to do that, you can go someplace else and call my friends treasonous and not do it in my goddamn house. The perfect Friday game for me? Life Goes On. I haven't heard about that. Good to see you, Brad and Ratus, aka Matus. Good to have you here. Happy, happy, happy. Yeah, I mean, like, I am tolerant of people's views who disagree from mine, but that's different than insulting me as a person or my friends as people. I mean, that's all there is to it. You can disagree with my assessment, but there you go. Well, so MLG, as a young person, I have no idea how old you are, but assuming based on your comments that you are a young person, it's actually really important to, you know, take an active role in understanding what our country is going through, because you're going to be having to deal with it for probably even longer than I will. I know that I look 14, but as you know, most of you, I am actually older. 32 whole years of age, despite the silly hat that I wear. So, yeah. Okay. I killed that guy. Do I get some more life or something at some point? Because that kind of sucks if I don't. Icky with a V! It's good to see you. Well, Brad, we're only on the first level, so, you know, give me time. I will have plenty of time to fail miserably. Okay, I got some more life or something. How did that happen? Because I swear I just had, like, 1 heart, and now I have, like, 6. Whatever. Cracks the knuckles from the lurk. Okay, so here's what I have to do, I think. I have to bounce off this wall. Haha! Ich habe gewonnen! Oh god, this is gonna shoot fire at me. Don't shoot fire at me! No, no! That's not what I said! I said don't shoot fire at me, stupid game. Matus, can you put it in the, oh, bananas! I bet the bananas gave me life. I bet that's what it was. Okay. Which I could check if I had not just used them all up on that. So, Matus, in the game description below, because I won't remember it because I get drunk and then I forget everything that I said during my streams, but if you put it in the game form, it should be at the bottom of the description below. I'll check it out. Yeah, in general, rioters are not supportive of anything. That is absolutely true. I am generally of a position where I feel that rioting is probably not the most effective, but as was pointed out by a friend of mine, the idea that, like, we can somehow convince those on the right by not rioting is kind of silly. So I will continue to call out people for bad behavior when I see them, but I don't attach too much weight to the negative behavior of a small number of people, because in any group that is sufficiently large, you will have negative behavior from a small group of people. That's how large groups of, you know, that's how large groups work. It's unfortunate that whenever you get a large group of people that come together in one place, you're going to get bad behavior. And I'm disappointed in those who participated, but so it goes. Alright. I don't know if, like, I can kill this fire, or if I just have to be better at dodging. I'm really not having a lot of luck with it so far. Alright, let's get out of here. There we go. Sorry. I meant in the, there's a game form in the description below, that you can fill out. It says, like, game suggestion form or something like that. JB3, how's it going? So yeah, there should be a game suggestion form to choose. If you can't find it, then let me know. I think there might even be like a exclamation mark. Yeah, I mean, like, I don't think anyone should condone bad behavior by people. I do think, I will say that, you know, I am a fan of the, like, ooh, I got a present or something. Oh no, it's a bad guy! That's not a present! I don't approve of this. God damn it. Oh god. Why am I not? That did not go well. Kentantino, good to see you. There you go. Hello, Mark. It's good to see you. By the way, Mark, I actually got a copy of Battlezone up and working on my computer, so I'm not gonna play it tonight, I don't think, but I will end up including that later. If you're shouting at me, I can't hear you at all. Give the bad guy a chance. I mean, I feel like I did give the bad guy a chance, and somehow he still became president. So I don't know how I feel about that. You're gonna elope on segways. That is an excellent plan. Maybe this won't be a bad guy this time. God damn it! It was still a bad guy. I was really hoping. I was really hoping that this time it would be different. All right, so there we go. I got it that time. Oh, there's like a thing hovering outside the window. Ooh. I want the banana peels. Bananas, 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 bananas. By the way, for those of you who do not know, during my Monday stream, I was doing some singing. Unfortunately, because of one of the songs that I sang, the audio was muted, and so the only person who has a copy is the person who is me, because I have a local copy, and the rest of you didn't. Only there's a muted version that won't do you any good. But I was singing, and part of the reason I was singing is I was singing for dollars, and the reason I was singing for dollars is I am currently working on collecting funds to do a VidCon ticket sponsorship. So I want to sponsor a creator ticket for at least one creator to be able to go to VidCon who would not otherwise be able to go, and, you know, request applications or something like you would any other scholarship type thing. I have no idea what I'm supposed to do here. So if you are interested, you can see that I did actually put a thing in the description, I've got a little, what's it called? A little donation-o-meter. So the donation-o-meter is moving towards that goal, and so if you want to contribute, you're welcome to. Of course, if you don't want to contribute, you don't have to, but that's just a thing. It was a generous, I agree it was a generous assessment, and I stand by it. I stand by my generous assessment of my singing. Daddy Trump will help us. I mean, Daddy Trump will help us. So Daft Punk, one more time, muted the stream. The reason that Daft Punk muted the stream is actually there are 4 different versions of Daft Punk that are listed in the music policies directory, and one of them will mute your streams and all of the rest of them will block them, or will just monetize them. And I guess I got hit randomly by the one that will like mute it instead. So that kind of sucked, but so it goes. Oh, Retus. Disguise, I expected it. I was not surprised. A wild radio, I'm glad you got the joke. I was kind of pleased with myself when I did it. I realized that many people will consider it, you know, offensive or bothersome or whatever, but after Betsy DeVos's hearing this week as education secretary, I was appalled You know, the whole give Trump a chance thing was just bugging me more than usual. So this is where we get to. So for those of you who do not know, Betsy DeVos is a Republican donor who has donated more than $200 million to Republican candidates for various offices over the years, and as a result of her, you know, great intelligence and education in running and interacting with public education, since her children have only ever gone to private institutions, and she has never participated in needing or requesting any college loan or anything else like that, she's been selected to be act as the secretary for the Department of Education. The Department of Education, of course, is responsible for running one of the federal government's largest loan programs. She, hello. I mean, so to be clear, Matus, I agree with you in general, but that is not actually what bothered me the most. It was really her entire response. In fact, it was her entire lack of preparedness to the entire questioning. It was almost as if she came into a hearing for a cabinet level position without having prepped at all. So she had no idea what IDEA was, the Individuals with Disabilities Education Act. She had no idea, no ideas on some of the common discussions in education, such as the difference between measuring growth and measuring proficiency. She had no idea on, what the job entailed, how the job entailed, or anything else like that. She severely had, she had no stated position that she was willing to make on, enforcing rules against organizations like, Trump University, when asked if she would enforce the existing federal guidelines on, for pay universities like that. She did not, she basically said, well, I would have to think about that. She acted like basically someone who was called on repeatedly and had not done the readings. This is a 7-hour long hearing, and essentially, as far as I can tell, there was no point in it. I only skimmed through it. Obviously, I looked for the parts that I liked the best, so the parts from Ed Markey, from Senator Warren, both my senators, of course, and other things like that were very much my interest. But even from the rest of them, it seemed like she did not have really good answers, and so her primary skill appears to be being a well-funded Republican donor. So I'm not really sure who you think said they were going to move to Canada, but nobody that I know did. So if you believe that I said that, that's pretty wrong. In fact, on the day after the election, I explicitly said I was not going to move to Canada, and I said that I would stay in the US and I would defend those who were less fortunate than I was, because frankly, I'm likely to get a tax break of tens of thousands of dollars despite being the richest person in the room here, and it's all you assholes who are gonna get fucked. So I'm pretty much well off here and gonna try and make it better for everyone else by taking that privilege and using it to the advantage of those less fortunate than me. Would Canada be more aligned with most of my views? I don't know. Overall, I think that Canada has a lot more French than I like. Not a big fan of that, and but I like other things. Take care, cow. I love you. All right, what do we got here? I have no. Oh, okay. So now I'm behind all the spikes. Aha! There's like a trick to it. Oh, gosh darn it. Okay, so when I jump on these things, I go behind the water or not. So yeah, while there are certainly aspects of Trump's platform which I can get behind, at least in theory, it is certainly not the case that his pick for education secretary is one of them. There are lots of things that needs more work on that front. This is like Pin. No, not Pin. What's the other one? Scrollex or whatever? You can only shoot his tail, Brad? I don't know if something I said offended Cal or if he's just leaving for other reasons. I was pretty sure that so far I was being inoffensive to most people, but probably not all, so, there's always that. Yeah, I think he vanished, and I'm not sure if it was my fault or not. Probably. Always is. He might actually just have to do rounds to pull people in. Or Oshi started streaming and he has to go watch the daily. Who knows? Hello, little tiger! Alright. Hello, Vloggy Buddy! I got that Isaac knowledge. You know it. Yeah, I mean, Trump will obviously, like, having the sitting president not try to run again would be a very unusual situation. So I am sure that, assuming he makes it through 4 years, which I expect he will, despite my personal desires to the contrary, he will try and run again. Oh, these apples feed me too. Okay, so apples give me life, bananas give me life. I need to get more of those. Blame Comcast. Comcast isn't the problem this time, is it? I don't even know what the problem is. So in his first day in office, President Trump would be disrespectful. President Trump has signed a number of things, one of which was making it legal for his selection for Secretary of Defense to take the job, because it turns out that he was not eligible to do that. The reason he was not eligible to do that is because there is a rule preventing anyone who has been in the military in the past 7 years from becoming the Secretary of Defense. That's a thing I didn't know. It has not been, waived since the 1950s until today, but General Mad Dog Mattis was confirmed today. Mad Dog Mattis is probably... Oh! Well, thank you very much, JB3. I appreciate it. So I will be running a VidCon scholarship. I will follow up on Twitter, and we'll follow up with videos in the next couple of days to, add some more details on that. Thank you very much, JB3, as usual, for being an extremely generous member of the community and helping out with that. Alright, so I have to go, like, under these chains. There we go. Yeah, Little Tiger, I had a brief moment when, so I watched the inauguration, and I listened to, oh god, I guess I got a duck or something there? I'm gonna go with ducking. Yeah, so get some hashtag JB3 love up in here. Alright, maybe this? Is this gonna do the thing? There we go. Ow, bombs are bad. But yeah, so Mattis was confirmed as Secretary of Defense. There's basically 3 confirmations that are easy and were expected to go through today. I think only 2 actually went through. One was Mattis and the other one was the director of the CIA, who I've got a little bit more information on. Another easy one that I expect to go through is Chow, who is the the pick for Secretary of Transportation. She got a ton of softball questions, like, who do you prefer, Kentucky or Louisiana, or Louisville or something else, other things like that. Yeah, he said hi earlier. I saw it. Uh-oh. Okay, I gotta jump off. Alright. And then come here. And then there. Alright. I'm ducking! Why? Oh, I can't shoot while ducking. Oh god. That didn't work well. Okay, so I gotta be forward and I gotta jump and do things. Oh, Cavitate, I was joking about the French. I'm sorry. My wife is French-Acadian, and her ex-husband, who also is from, New Hampshire and French stock. After all, the name Lavarnway was originally Livernois before Ellis Island decided to change it, was standing there at the time, which is part of the reason for the joke. Both of my daughters have a quite French last name, and so that was entirely a joke. I was not serious about it. No, I mean, whether Canada would be a better pick for me or not is kind of irrelevant. I think America should be a good pick for me. I don't want to live in Canada. I appreciate our neighbors to the north. They're great people, and I appreciate many of the progressive social policies they have, but I like the country that's the United States of America. I like what we stand for. I think our Constitution and our freedoms and everything else like that are very important to me, and I will do what I can to defend them until until, you know, I can defend them no more. Yeah, seems like Tillerson, Tillerson, I guess my biggest question on Tillerson is, like, what is the Secretary of State's actual job? You know, he has major problems as the CEO of ExxonMobil for so long, and his conflicts of interest in that regard, as well as his history in that regard. I think that he makes a really odd pick, you know, as someone who is likely to... I don't exactly look to ExxonMobil as being the stalwarts of defense of this nation and its best interests, but you know, overall, his answers had a very politic way about them. If the job of a Secretary of State is to negotiate with other nations in their relationship with the U.S., I think that this is not. So Nico streams the picture is one. So the joke was, the reason I got this picture, for the record, is I searched for Trump and bear, and this is the first thing that came up. So by the way, I died. I wanted to get through a little bit of this and see how far I got just with, you know, whatever I could do. Now we'll go into save state mode so we can actually beat the game. Aslan, Sir Dude Man, Bro Man. Aslan is the lion from The Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe. So when she said riding Aslan, it's because Trump is riding a lion in my thumbnail. So yeah, I wanted something that matched the idea of I gave Trump a chance, and all I got was these stupid grizzly bears. So I searched for Trump and grizzly bears, and this was what came up, and it was interesting enough that I went with it. So, so yeah, no, so as far as I'm concerned, I don't want to live in Canada. I want to live in the U.S. I think that the U.S. has a set of values and a core, you know, to it that I strongly appreciate. Do I think that Canada has a very similar set of values? I do. Do I think that Canada is currently more socially progressive? In general, I do. I think Canada also has a lot of problems in its history with its, you know, mistreatment of the First Peoples in a very similar way to the way the U.S. does. No country is perfect. We all have flaws that we could do better at, and so I think that my goal would be to improve the country that is my home and always will be. Yeah, I think DeVos is going to have to... I just don't... It's hard for me to imagine her getting through confirmation, but I don't know. Like, I think basically what would need to happen is you would have to have at least 3 Republican senators push back against her. And if she was the only bad cabinet pick, it would be very easy to look at her and say, like, she is the one. But when you've got a situation where you've got Sessions, where you've got Tillerson, where you've got all these other things, you know, you've got a huge set of choices for, you know, worst cabinet pick. And so rather than having a concerted effort by progressives to, you know, target senators in liberal districts to move away from a single candidate, instead you've got this, you know, need to convince like to push back against a whole bunch of candidates, and I don't know like what that means. It's almost like, you know, if you imagine, you know, when I read like stories of Rogue Squadron and X-Wing, right? They would say, well, we can go through in like 1 transport ship, or we can go through in 100 transport ships, and they just won't know what to do with all of them. And so instead of like, you know, all of them getting, instead of the 1 big ship getting caught, like all 100 of us will get through, and maybe they'll catch 1 or 2, but they won't catch, you know, much. And whether it'll be DeVos or someone else is kind of hard to know. I think Tillerson has been kind of cited as someone who's going to be a little bit less likely to be confirmed. So yeah. I love you. Bye-bye. Awkward hug over microphone. I love you, kiddo. Yeah, I think that, well, the biggest problem for Sessions with me is that Sessions is an anti-advocate of the Voting Rights Act, and given the like protections that we have lost under the Voting Rights Act, and given the active push from many to deny the vote to huge communities, I think that having an AG who is not a strong supporter of the Voting Rights Act, to me, is a critical loss. I think that will be a huge loss for the community of people that I care about, and I think that what we will see is hundreds of thousands more people losing the ability to vote because of, you know, restrictive voter ID laws and other things like that, you know, theoretically in the name of, you know, of voter fraud and all these other things that are unrealistic. Which is not to say that voter fraud, individual voter fraud, does not exist, or that wide-scale voter fraud does not exist. After all, I grew up in Illinois, I grew up near Chicago, I am well aware that wide-scale voter fraud exists. But instead that voter fraud in the individual sense of, you know, like, that we need to ID everyone because people are going to... Yes! I cannot believe that I did that, pulled that off. Can you eat me, Jack? You cannot. What did I don't know what we're saying awe about. Okay, hold on. I gotta stop these cats from killing each other. I'll be right back. In the meantime, you can watch a little bit of you know, my favorite events of the recent times. So yeah, I like this part about 30 seconds in.
But I'd like to ask you about your qualifications for leading the nation on higher education. The Department of Education is in charge of making sure that the $150 billion that we invest in students each year gets into the right hands, and that students have the support they need to be able to pay back their student loans. The Secretary of Education is essentially responsible for managing a $1 trillion student loan bank and distributing $30 billion in Pell Grants to students each year. The financial futures of an entire generation of young people depend on your department getting that right. Now, Mrs. DeVos, do you have any direct experience in running a bank?
Senator, I do not.
Have you ever managed or overseen a $1 trillion loan program?
I have not.
How about a $1 billion loan program?
I have not.
Okay, so no experience in managing a program like this. How about participating in one? I think it's important for the person who is in charge of our financial aid programs to understand what it's like for students and their families who are struggling to pay for college. Mrs. DeVos, have you ever taken out a student loan from the federal government to help pay for college?
I have not.
Have any of your children had to borrow money in order to go to college?
They have been fortunate not to.
Have you had any personal experience with a Pell Grant?
Not personal experience, but certainly friends and students with whom I've worked.
So you have no personal experience with college financial aid or management of higher education?
So that was of course Senator Sanders investigating interrogating Betsy DeVos at her hearing earlier this week about her knowledge on the idea of the job that she was supposed to be running for. So if you are wondering why someone who has no experience in any of these regards would, you know, be a good person for running one of the government's largest federal loan programs, you might have the same question that others do, as well as, you know, in particular, my senator, Ms. Sanders. So, what do those questions have to do with education? Did you not hear the very first part of that? The Department of Education, and in particular, the Secretary of Education, is in charge of managing a massive $1 trillion loan program run by the federal government. It is her job to make sure that that loan program is administered effectively. That would be her primary role, one of her primary roles within the government. So that's the job she's going to get to have. And so within that sense, it is absolutely important that these are things that she knows how to do. Pell Grants is the word that Nico probably tried to type, except mobile devices got in her way. I agree that no experience. So I agree that no experience does not necessarily mean unqualified to do the job. However, given that in particular Miss Betsy DeVos has never been, in any sense of the word, a part of the public education system, has never had children who have been in the public education system, given that she is someone who is not aware of how to manage loan programs, given that she is someone who has no experience at all in federal law around public education, and whose primary goal, it seems to be, from all of her previous comments, to, you know, remove public education from the sphere of what children are involved in, I think that it is reasonable to question her participation there. Oh, sorry. Thank you. I appreciate it. I will fix that so it can't happen again. Do not capture the cursor. That shouldn't be the default. We should just turn that off. Like, I don't know why that is the default in OBS. Like, why would you do that? Capitaine, she wasn't supposed to say anything. Just to be clear, these are snippets from a 7-hour interrogation session. It is not the case that this was the only thing she got an opportunity to say. In fact, there are 25 minutes that we can sit here and watch of just the worst parts of her entire session. The reality is that Betsy DeVos is a fundamentally unqualified person opposed to public education who has been selected to run the department that is tasked with federal education in this country. It is an absolutely insane appointment. It makes absolutely no sense. If she manages to be confirmed in this position, it will do like dangerous damage to the public education system in the United States. And to be fair, that is exactly the intent. The intent is to reduce the funding that the federal government spends on education. The intent is to allow for school choice, which is another way of saying that we would like, children with involved parents to be able to get themselves out of public schools. It is another way of saying that, this is what we want to do. And that's fine. That's a position that people can hold, that the federal government should not be involved in education and other things like that. It's just not a position I hold. So in all of these cases, right, I am clearly espousing my bias. I am someone who believes strongly in public education, having been educated in a public school, and only having attended public schools, as someone whose children have, for the most part of their lives, attended public schools, and who I expect will, at least in part, continue to do so for years yet. I think that, these are questions that are reasonable to expect someone who is going to do this job to have answers to. The reality is that Betsy DeVos demonstrated almost no understanding of the job she's being tasked to do in a way that worries me. And I am using my First Amendment right and my platform, which is this one right here, and you can all hate me for it all you want, to complain about these problems. So. Oh yeah, so Capitaine, I mean, like, I don't know, maybe there was something redeeming. I won't swear to it. I did not get a chance to watch the entire 7-hour confirmation hearing. I will admit I did not do this for anybody. I read highlights. I tried to find highlights from kind of both sides of the aisle. I looked at Tillerson, and I felt that his answers indicated a willingness to stand up to Trump in areas where he thinks he's wrong. I felt that they indicated a willingness to stand up to Russia. And I think that the biggest issue there becomes his overall lack of, with Tillerson, my concern is his lack of diplomatic experience and his ExxonMobil ties, and whether that is something that he would actually be able to effectively set aside in his personal determinations and how he views conflicts and interests and other things like that. So, so DMX, one of the things about being a citizen instead of a politician is that I, 1, don't have contacts, and 2, don't have knowledge on who would make a better Secretary for Education. I have never selected someone for a cabinet level position. I don't know what goes into it, and I will fully admit that I could not do any better myself. But the reality is that this is also why I'm not running for president. Expecting an individual citizen to offer, national suggestions for national political positions does not make sense. That's a senseless thing to ask for. Hello, Kadzo. Welcome to the stream. And so, Oh, absolutely. I mean, like, Trump's entire education plan is based around the idea of, eliminating public education as the primary way that people are educated, and taking billions of dollars of taxpayer money and investing it into what is effectively private education and for-profit education. Betsy DeVos has spoken out, repeatedly against applying standards to the same standards to, or any standards to, charter schools, which have repeatedly shown themselves to be, at risk because they're oftentimes run as for-profit institutions by, administrators who have vested interests. Some states are better. Massachusetts is at least better and has some legal protections or preventions that would keep you from running a school for profit, and I think that our charter schools are the better for it. But charter schools have in many cases proven to be a terrible thing. Now, I'm not saying that there are not many parents who look at charter schools and say, I would really like to have more of that. I agree, and I think that we should improve the schooling options available for people. Excuse me, but the way that I think we should do that is by improving our public schools, and there are lots of things that you can look at as a way to do that, but yeah. Van Helsing, I look forward to it. So I don't know who would be better. Again, I am not well versed in these types of things. Woohoo! Good job, JB3. It's not 100% that America's going to be dead. America is very likely to still be around 8 years from now, despite I do have concerns about Trump's thin-skinnedness and his control of the nuclear football, and his general love of nuclear in general, especially combined with the fact that Rick Perry, who he tapped for the Secretary of Energy, did not realize that the Secretary of Energy job in part involved, ensuring and protecting America's nuclear arsenal. So given that you've selected someone who doesn't know what the job is going to be to do that job, that brings more concerns in my mind that, our nukes are not going to be safe, especially since we have an aging nuclear fleet. Many of these things are driven on computers from the 1970s and 80s. Our detection systems and our usage of them are not exactly up to date with the modern technology, and overall I think this is a bad thing. So I do have concerns in that way as well, but the reality is the country will still be here. We may have a lot of setbacks in the general progressive direction in which we've been heading for the past 8 years. I said that basically, I was not really looking forward to us moving from a generally progressive a period of progressive globalization to a period of authoritarian protectionism. I think that that's a general step backwards for the people of this country, and I am concerned about that. But that's not the same as saying that the country won't be here, in weeks, months, years from now. I think that's a very different position and not one that I am advocating. So I don't know how I'm supposed to get... Oh, okay. I know what I'm supposed to do. There we go. I did it! I did it! Oh yeah! No? So I think that there are multiple... The reality is that in any case, a cabinet level pick involves, I think, more than understanding a single aspect of the job. Cabinet level picks are people who have oftentimes had a fair amount of experience in political maneuvering and understanding many different aspects of the job they're signing up for in a way that you wouldn't otherwise expect from a CEO or other things like that. Certainly a bank CEO would have some of the properties that you would want from a Secretary of Education, but it's not clear to me that managing the Pell Grant thing is the most problematic, right? I think that the implementation of testing standards is one. How you're going to handle No Child Left Behind, how you're going to handle disability awareness in a country where there are some who are advocating that every child should have an individualized education plan that allows them to be seen the best within their to build the educational plan that is best for them to succeed in both school and life. But yeah, I absolutely agree, Kevman. And if you look, actually, so who is it? The Carl's Jr. guy. What's his name? Pudster. Pudster is actually, it looks like maybe backing out, according to some reports, because, he's kind of upset about constantly being beat up. You know, the Secretary of Labor is in charge of enforcing labor standards and seeking penalties and fines against organizations which, you know, violate them. But the problem is that as CEO of Carl's Jr., he's actually been fined millions and millions of dollars for violating these standards. He has been called out by his employees for forcing them to work overtime without breaks, for generally, you know, moving people from being salary to being hourly without, like, maintaining reasonable wages, and for violating all kinds of these standards. And so, and is also obviously a strong advocate against the increase in the minimum wage, which is not surprising because that's a strong Republican trope. So, like, he is getting totally beat up by Democrats, both over his, like, actual problematic positions and the ones that are just ideologies that they disagree with, which is a real problem. So the stream for you is the buffering wheel. So going blurry at some points makes sense because I'm streaming at 1500 kilobits per second, but the question is, are you seeing buffering, or is it just like low, you know, low quality? I'll actually bump this up and see if Comcast is cooperative tonight. Anyway, hello, Miss Rebel! Running a third-rate food chain qualifies you for damn near everything. Alright, I bumped up the quality a little bit up to my... what would be my normal if Comcast wasn't full of jerks. Yeah. We are experiencing freedom. Freedom! Alright, what am I got 4 lives, I got half health. I think I can toss a save state here. What's that? I got a beer. Alright, it is 10 o'clock. 10 o'clock. At 10 o'clock, you know what we do? We open the first beer of the evening, which is sometimes the last beer of the evening and sometimes not, depending on how drunk I decide to get. Since I have a protest to go to tomorrow morning, it will be less drunk than usual. So yeah, this is from Transmitter Brewing, with notes of pepper and stone fruits. It's a farmhouse ale since 2013. Pilsner and white wheat malt with French Saison yeast create earthy, dry beer. Effervescent, clean yeast profile and subtle dry hopping. Delicious as weather warms. So weather warming here is probably a little ways away, but at 7.2% alcohol by volume, by the time I finish this bottle of 21 ounce or 16.9 ounces of beer, I will definitely have some warmth in my heart. We do have a new president, NFK. You are 100% correct. Yeah, we're going to the protest in Boston. Okay, here we go. Oh, Brad, it's the waking up in the morning that's the problem. It's not the going to the protest drunk that's the problem. Okay, there we go. So, let's take this. All right, so here, look, I'm gonna pour it right this time. At an angle, right? I do this, and then it pours well. This one also did not have nearly the head of the last one. Alright. I still got a bit ahead, so that'll take a little bit. I live in Cambridge, NFK, so I'm right across the river from Boston. I have basically nowhere to go. I don't know if I would protest if I was, like, still in Manchester or something. I don't know if they're going to do any protests up there. I'd probably travel down to Boston for it, so... the ones in DC did not, for the most part, turn into riots. There were like 200 people who were arrested for doing various things around the time that Trump was inaugurated, and there were certainly some like elements of civilian unrest. But I think that describing it as a riot is an exaggeration. It is a bad pour, and I don't know what I did wrong. You've got to give me advice. And okay, other people here live in PA as well. Okay. Yeah, so Miss Rebel, I am doing well. If it was not January 20th, I would be doing just fine. I cried a little bit when I saw the helicopter with Obama and he got away and they showed it kind of flying over DC on the feed that I was watching. I teared up a little bit. I teared up. Yeah. How did you know, DMX? I was doing it too fast? That was my problem? Okay. I will keep that in mind for the future. Well, so Kevin, man, there's two aspects, right? So one, the White House website changes when the administration changes, right? So they changed from the old website. Now, admittedly, they changed from the old website and are still reusing the exact same Drupal theme that was built for President Obama. So change is a relative term, but yeah. So the White House website changed, and so now everyone's like, oh my God, there's no more page on women, and oh my God, there's no more page on climate change, and oh my God, there's no more page on, you know, my pet issue. And like, all of those things are true, and I agree, and I understand why you're concerned about some of this, and you are not even wrong. I totally agree. It sucks. But what you're seeing at the moment is the, like, Trump's administration team apparently created like 10 pages. And those 10 pages are what you've got, and that is like that's all there is, right? So with there only being 10 pages, you know, there's a lot of things that aren't covered on there, and you're limited to Trump's very few kind of policy issues that he cares about. Now, do those policy issues include veterans' rights? No. Do they include LGBT rights? No. Do they include climate change? No. These are not things that are important to the first 10 things in President Donald Trump's transitions team's efforts. They have not created pages on each of those things, and no one sat down and tried to make sure that the pages from before didn't 404 or do any real decent web design stuff. Like, they treated it like a cheap transition, and that's what they did. So, Jose! How's it going? Yeah, Nico, I was actually reading some comments from that on a, DMX, you have provided plenty of good reasons, so you have used all of your sympathy points with me, and I honestly do not care what happens to you at this point, so if other people in the chat feel you're misbehaving, I do not care. Oh shit, nuggets. Alright, so here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna go back to this, load that, die. God damn it, I can't die! Let me off this thing! Kill me! Kill me! Oh my god, seriously? There we go. I mean, Brad, the reality is that what you want to do is, you want to set up a series of redirects, right? So, the question, though, is that you have to sit down and you have to say, like, okay, where should this redirect to? And so if Trump wants to make a page talking about LGBT rights on whitehouse.gov, where should he redirect it to? I mean, worst case scenario, what he should do is really just redirect all pages that used to exist. Like, any 404 pages should just become redirects to the whitehouse.gov homepage. Like, that would be the simplest thing. In Apache, it would be relatively simple to set up a redirect handler, or in Drupal, you could do the same thing. Set up a default router that would just act as, instead of the 404 router, you know, returning a 404 page, just redirects to the home page, and then it doesn't have the same look. But if what you actually want to do is appear as if you give a shit, that's a very different thing. I should have used my rocket. Alright, let's load this again. The beer's good. It's a good farmhouse. I don't know who will be campaigning in I mean, Booker's obviously going to be campaigning. People have talked about Warren, but I don't think she'll do it, and I don't think she would win if she did. I would do my best if he would listen. What am I supposed to be listening to? Dick Butt said something? Missed it. I'm so confused. Oh, I can't unretract messages anymore? Okay, so Trump will help me. There's no doubt, right? I am a rich white male with a, income above like $250,000 a year, and as a result, I am gonna get like a ton of money out of this. I also live in a state that has universal health care, and so I'm probably not going to see much effect from that. The biggest things that I will, like, the Corporation for Public Broadcasting will lose all federal funding, but that won't be a big deal for me because I live on the coast where these agencies generally get a fair amount of funding from locals anyway, and so I don't have to worry about that. Like, there's basically no way in which I suffer personally under a Trump regime. The biggest one is that he has said that my daughter should have her citizenship removed, and she should be thrown in jail. So that's not great. He's advocated for removing freedom of the press, for removing freedom of speech. He's advocated for removing all funding for sanctuary cities, which are including mine. And so, like, those things could have a negative effect on me, but practically speaking, I'm going to be all right. So I think that whether Trump will be good for the people in this chat is a very different question. I think that that's oh fuck, I hit the wrong goddamn button. Sorry. Oh yeah, I can't pour for shit. Got it. Catch up or sit out. That's right. DMX has acted in a way that makes me think that his age is probably somewhere between 20 and 30, if I were to guess. I don't know that for certain. He could be a relatively advanced 16-year-old troll. He could be older, but I would say that probably if I was going to guess, I would say probably even between 25 and 30. Oh god. Oh no! God damn it. NFK, that is a possibility, but in any case, like, at the moment I'm trying to concentrate on the things that Trump is doing that I'm worried about, right? So, what has Trump done so far? He signed an executive order that he's not willing to tell people what it is, right? So he today signed an executive order to limit the cost of the implementation of the ACA, but was unwilling to tell people what it was. He has rolled back on a tax credit for those who receive FHA loans and has canceled a mortgage rate reduction that was going to go to receivers of FHA loans. FHA loans are primarily to low-income, first-time house buyers. So basically what he's done is say that we do not want to reduce the rates of mortgages that are going to first-time home buyers and those who are participating in the FHA loan process. That's not a really good thing in my mind, and I'm not super happy about it. I think I pushed this button to load. There we go. Yeah, no, he's not trolling at the moment. I was being a little bit of a jerk. Sorry. DMX has proven himself to be a little bit more of a troll in our Discord server than he has here. As I said earlier, as soon as he starts attacking my friends, I will not hesitate to remove his ability to communicate. So Matus, that is true in the long term, but Reince Priebus, who announced this to the press, was unwilling to share the details of the executive order in question today. So eventually we will know what it is. I do not disagree with that. But at the moment, he's signed an executive order that we don't know what it is, and when asked by reporters, he was unwilling to describe it. Which I think is a pretty shitty behavior, but is also exactly the type of thing that I expect to see. So, Obama was actually famous for having one of the, previous to Trump, one of the least transparent White Houses around. Reporters have complained for a long time about the, overall lack of transparency and accessibility of the White House, and generally speaking, he was considered pretty bad in this regard. And so the fact that Trump so far seems to be doing worse than that is or my concern is that, he'll be worse than that. That's awesome, NFK. I've said for a while that, like, after I get, you know, rich and retire, I kind of want to go to law school. And Mrs. CPG is always like, why do you want to do that? And I'm like, because, you know, I feel like as a lawyer, I could do more to make the world a better place. And I feel like there's a lot of things out there that I wish that I could do that I can't because I'm not a lawyer. Of course, if I went to law school, I would learn that as a lawyer, the first thing you should do is never talk to other people about legal things. So... So Eric, one of the things that has already happened is that the Department of Labor had a, so someone helped me out, but there was a document on the Department of Labor site talking about the policies of the Department of Labor around rights for LGBT people, which has already been removed from the Department of Labor's website. Unlike the White House website, the Department of Labor's website does not automatically change over as a matter of course. So this was a targeted removal of a specific policy around LGBT rights in the workplace, which I think is concerning. I think that although Trump has said he understands that gay marriage is the law of the land and does not plan to change it, he has spoken against Roe v. Wade, which is also the law of the land in the same way, and does feel that he will appoint, you know, conservative justices who might overturn it or appeal it. So the appointment of a justice, a Supreme Court justice who is not supportive of Roe v. Wade, could end up in a position where we will also see a potential rollback of gay marriage from the Supreme Court decisions of the past, because that was never actually passed as a congressional law, certainly not one that was defended, you know, handily by the Supreme Court or anything else like that. As far as, you know, overall, Pence has advocated for spending money on rehabilitation therapy, which is a gross abuse of human rights, and other things like that. So it is a creepy train, I agree. Oh, defendant. Well, I mean, so I would imagine myself in the space as not of you know, civil rights lawsuits and other things like that. So those are kind of like taking it to the man is what I'd like to do, whether it's environmental or something else like that. Your liberal views involve weed. All right, let's see if we can get past this creepy train with a few more than 3 hearts by not fucking it up this time. But yeah, repeal and replace, I'm a little bit worried about. I mean, I'm obviously very worried about the Affordable Care Act repeal. We've now got 20 million people who are insured because of the Affordable Care Act, and I have seen what happens to emergency rooms and everything else like that as a result of people not having insurance. The reality is that people don't stop going to the hospital, they don't stop doing anything. What they stop doing is seeking, you know, preventative care, and they replace it instead with, you know, temporary care. They go to the ER, they go to all these other places, and in general, it's bad for everyone involved. So I guess I can hit those hands. Aha! I did not realize that. Take care, Nico! We don't believe in magnetism anymore, Jose. That's actually that's an idea based in science, and we don't believe in science here. So I wouldn't think it's magnetism. It's got to be something else. But yeah, so the Trump White House has already signed an executive order that they were unwilling to describe what was in it. Not exactly important pretending. Also created a holiday. Not a holiday. I created signed something to create a Patriot Day, which is apparently so far unrelated to the 9/11 Patriot Day that Obama and Bush previously, you know, signed and whatever into law. And then of course he signed off on Mattis becoming his Secretary of Defense, which was expected and is not really surprising. The power of God! The power of Christ compels you! Stay together, hands! Oh God! Oh God! We're all gonna die! Did I beat this boss before and then die? Because I don't know how I beat this boss, because it's hard. Alright, let's... I feel like I need to do that move where I end up like spinning on top of him for a while, but I don't know how to do it. Like sometimes I feel like I get it, sometimes I don't. Sometimes you feel like a nut, sometimes you don't. NFK Gaming, I agree. Just to be clear, I'm pretty sure that DMX is a believer in nationalism and not just patriotism, but I could be wrong. That was my understanding from his other comments, but... Oh no! Oh, freaking three-phase train. Did not have enough life after that second phase to feel comfortable to save. And here we are again, fighting the God Hands. Okay, so while he's flashing, he can't do any damage to me. So as long as I'm right next to the hand, when I hit it, it will not hurt me. Because it'll still be flashing when it goes through me, sort of. That was not super effective. There we go. That was a good one. Mississippi G, by the way, is a veteran of the Army Reserve. I believe that she calls the Air Force the air mattresses. I believe that's how the Army things go. Okay, so what do we got here? Oh, all right. So pick a cabinet. Any cabinet. What do we got? We got Department of Defense, Secretary of State. We've got John F. Kennedy as the head of the CIA. Sessions for AG. Chow for Transportation. Pudzer for Labor. Pruitt for EPA. Ross for Commerce. What is going on here? It's like I'm like all reflecty. Pompeo, Carson, Betsy, any of these? Anybody care? Oh, Small Business Administration? I don't know, I remember a few things. Yeah, this level is... Oh, that's great. I like that. If I like, I mean, don't like at all. Yes, Linda McMahon, head of the Small Business Administration. To be fair, she did turn the WWE from a a relatively small business into what it is today, which is she had like 13 employees and now it's a multi-million-dollar or billion-dollar thing. She also had a failed Senate run of her own, for those of you who don't know. So Carson is such a weird... I still am, like, confused. I think, someone said it best. They say, like, Carson was selected for housing because he's the one black guy that Trump has ever met. Which obviously isn't technically true because he was rejecting black people from housing as far back as the 1970s. But it does feel a little bit like it. And when we go back to his inauguration speech, where we talk about the carnage in America, the gangs that are killing our towns, the decrepit manufacturing hulks spread across middle of America. I've been to the middle of America, and there are a lot of problems with it. Do not get me wrong. I watched the 2007-2008 housing crisis hit. When I would go to my parents' hometown, I would just see, 5 foreclosures out of every 10 houses. It was a disaster, and many of those people have never recovered their incomes and their jobs and are still in dire straits. But the idea of, these rusted out hulks of manufacturing facilities and all of these other things just feels like a boogeyman. It feels, oh, I can see things in the reflection. There's a platform up there. Oh, I actually like that. That's quite cute. That's well done. Give it a second. In the meantime, I will play a little bit more well, I'm gonna pour a little bit more beer, and I'm gonna play a little bit more. I'm gonna see if I can find Marky. Marky's questions I like a lot.
Be very transparent with the information, and parents should have that information first.
Schools that receive federal funding.
I support accountability.
This part here.
First and foremost.
And if confirmed, will you insist upon that equal accountability in any K-12 school or educational program that receives federal funding, whether public charter, or private?
I support accountability.
Equal accountability for all schools that receive federal funding.
I support accountability.
Okay, is that a yes or no?
I support accountability.
Do you not want to answer my question?
I support accountability.
Okay, let me ask you this. I think all schools that receive taxpayer funding should be equally accountable. Do you agree with me or not?
Well, they don't. They're not today.
But I think they should. Do you agree with me or not?
Well, no, because...
You don't agree with me. Let me move to my next question. Should all K-12 schools receiving governmental funding be required to meet the requirements of the Individuals with Disabilities Education Act?
I think they already are.
Okay, but I'm asking you a should question, whether they are or not. We'll get into that later. Should all schools...
I just love that. Like, I support accountability. I support accountability. Like, are you answering my question? Will you please goddamn answer my question? Like, yeah, Rick Perry is a terrible choice for Department of Energy. Absolutely asinine. Completely ridiculous. Martin Shkreli. Be an optimist and be positive. I'm an optimist. My optimism... No, I'm not actually an optimist. I have no optimism at the moment. All I have is pessimism. Oh my god, I wasn't even paying attention. Chat, you killed me. I think she supports accountability. You think so? Just maybe. Yeah. Like, I don't understand, like, do you support accountability for public schools? Like, for schools that receive federal funds? That doesn't seem like it should be a hard question. I don't actually know, like, I don't even know Republicans that would be upset at the idea of, like, you know, do you feel they should be held to the same standard? Do you... I guess it just comes back to, so this is more DeVos, right? So we talked about DeVos earlier, and we can move on to Rick Perry next, but I just want to, like, go back to this. I was talking earlier about her, I showed the clip of Warren interviewing her on her knowledge about running a loan program, and certainly that is a part of the Department of Education, but not all of it. This is more like another thing, right? Like, this is an area where, you know, do you support, what standards would you use to evaluate schools which receive federal funding? And I think that's a totally natural thing, and to say, should they be held to the same standard, yes or no, is a relatively simple thing. And that standard can be based on income, it can be based on anything else like that, but the question is, should they be the same? However you define the standard. And the answer to that can be yes, because the standard can be written to be, like, different for different sources. It can be written to be different for different populations. There's no reason why you would ever want to answer no to that question. DMX, just to be clear, I hope I'm wrong. I hope Trump is a great Republican president. I hope in 4 years that I'm finding, like, that I'm voting for Trump. I don't think I will be, because he's a terrible person. In addition to his terrible governmental choices, his complete lack of policy experience, his complete lack of preparation for the job, and lack of interest in the job, his continued demonstration of flaunting of the rules from his personal interest in how much money he's going to make out of this job to everything else. But if you take all of that into account, and at the end of the day somehow he turns around in the next 4 years and ends up being a terrific president, I will be the happiest man around, and I'll be happy to admit I am wrong. I have repeatedly and consistently been happy to admit I am wrong on political views. I recently quoted Betsy DeVos as being in support of child labor, which turned out to be a misreading on my part of you know, partisan rhetoric, and I fully stand by the fact that I made a mistake, and I take, you know, credit and accountability myself for that. I would love to be wrong. I would love to be wrong, because I would love to find out at the end of this that all of the things that Trump actually says he wants are true, and all of the things that he implies he wants, like kicking all the brown people out of this country, is not true, and that I am a worrywart and a pessimist with no reason, and that would be great. But as the title said, I gave Trump a chance, and all I got was fucking grizzly bears. The reality is that Trump's cabinet picks, if they are an accurate representation of Trump's views and perception of the issues in this country, are scary as fuck. And I am unwilling to sit here and pretend that, like, everything is going to be okay when this is the choices and the things we've given. Rick Perry, as Secretary of Energy, did not know what the job was. He did not know what the job would be. And this is the department that he advocated to get rid of in 2012. Scott Pruitt, the EPA pick, has been participating in more than 14 lawsuits against the EPA and was unwilling to state whether he believes climate change exists in his thing. Like, overall, I just don't think that these picks indicate someone who is going to be, representing my views as President of the United States. And when I say my views, I say the views that I feel are the best for the most people in this country. And we could disagree, absolutely. I would love to see a conservative Republican, a financially conservative, like fiscally responsible Republican. I do actually appreciate, despite the fact that it cuts dozens of programs that I think are of vital importance to the country, not just the Corporation for Public Broadcasting, but instead programs for social justice and programs for, protecting voting rights and programs for, civil rights. Trump's, plan with a budget that cuts more than $10.2 billion from the federal budget within the next, 10 years. I think that that's, at least fiscally responsible and fitting in with the nature that conservatives and Republicans have historically run as. But, I don't feel that that's enough, given what we know today, for me to stand there and support, anything else. And I think the fact that the plan is not to tax the rich, but instead to give tax refunds to the rich, we're on the wrong point of the Laffer curve for that. We're on the wrong point of the reduced taxes and the, whatever. Actions are what matters, not words. I don't agree. Words have meaning when you're the president. We saw this in the hate crimes that were committed after the election, that Trump's words empowered a large group of people and basically made them feel empowered to do the things that they wanted to do. And thankfully that has died down to some extent, but I think words do matter when you are the president of the United States. And this is not just magic. Trump's tweets move the stock market by measurable degrees. This is routine. If I could see Trump's tweets 5 minutes before he sent them, I would be a very rich man today. I would absolutely implement a high frequency trading app, and I would be a millionaire. I'd start with the $10,000 I have in my personal bank account today, and by now it would be 10 times that. Words matter when you're the president. Maybe not when you're Rick Perry, maybe not anything else like that, but they matter. And when you talk about Pence, you don't have to go to his words to find out he's a giant anti-gay basher asshole. So, Capitaine, if you ask me, no, the rich are not too taxed in America. The fact that I'm sitting here, well off and talking to you says that I'm not taxed too much. So. Oh, sorry, Countess, you're right. That was an unfair characterization. I don't think a large portion felt empowered. I feel like in the absolute sense, a large number felt empowered, but the large number is in the hundreds. The problem is that when you're starting from a number that is 0, a large number ends up being, anything that isn't 0. And that's not the fault of, Trump supporters that they have a few assholes. The assholes who were rioting today were absolutely assholes as well. And I absolutely decry their behavior just as much. Now, I think that some of the reports of riots are perhaps someone was like, oh, there was a riot, and I saw video of 27 reporters gathering around a trash can one guy set on fire. But you're right, I misspoke. A large absolute number of hate crimes relative to the median previous to that had happened, but it was still a tiny portion of Trump supporters. It was not in any way a majority or a significant number. And I think the bigger thing when we talk about, whether words have meanings is to look at Trump's, tweets, look at the impact on LL Bean, look at the impact on BMW, look at the impact on Boeing and Northrop Grumman and other things like that, based on his comments, which are, as president, are, against the ethics guidelines for presidential presidents. So. Take care, Vicky. It was great to see you. Dick Butt, the limo on fire thing, I absolutely, like, if you were in Discord, my Discord earlier today, you saw when I saw the pictures of the limo, I was like, God damn it, you fucking assholes. Like, you ruined this for all of us. Absolutely, it's a small section of supporters. I agree. In both cases. I think the rioters and the people who feel empowered to commit hate crimes are both small portions of supporters. I absolutely agree. And you're right. You called me out correctly. I said something stupid. So yeah, but I do look at Trump's comments, his endorsement of LL Bean on Twitter mere days before he became president is as president he can't do that. Now as president-elect he doesn't have strong rules, ethics rules that prevent him from doing that, but again, this comes back down to the, appearance of impropriety. Like, I just don't understand why, given all of the dislike, given all of the disagreement, given all the disapproval, whatever. Like, it's a thing. And you were right. You called me out correctly, Cal. I give you full credit for that. I apologize. Personally, I don't know. And yes, educated people can commit racist hate crimes all the time. That happens. I don't know. God damn it! This boss is hard. By the way, should the CPG rant be about politics or YouTube creation tonight? Jose, I think that there's a little bit of, I don't know, whatever. The reality is that most people don't support Trump, right? Trump's favorables at this point are what, 37%? I think that it's people voted for Trump based on his promises. They voted for Trump based on in some cases on a sense of there's nothing else left. They voted for Trump in some cases based on promises he made, which, maybe he won't go back on and things will work out. And in part they voted for Trump based on his promises of protectionism, which concerns me because I think protectionism is a terrible idea. But it is, something that people voted for him for as well. And maybe there are other things. Maybe there's stuff that I'm not thinking of that is what people voted for him for. But in general, those are the things I would categorize it as. Well, Jess, no more politics is not going to work. If you are in one of my politics streams and would like there to be no politics, I apologize if you're not enjoying it. But there are many other great YouTube streamers on YouTube Gaming, and that is going to be what politics. It's going to be a politics discussion all night. We haven't gotten through half of the cabinet picks, so we got plenty of that coming. But the question is, when I'm talking for 10 minutes about something, what should it be? I love you, Mrs. CPG, but, you know, you gotta let me be me. Hey, this monkey crab boss, I don't know if I can do 10 minutes on this monkey crab boss. Hopefully by the CPG rant time I will have defeated this monkey crab boss. Otherwise I may have more words to say. We get him? I believe one of the reasons that Cow is pro-Trump is for with the idea of middle-class tax cuts. Oh shit! I should toss a save state, I think. Stephanie, there's a post on the known issues page. It's probably about what you're looking at if you're talking about numbers on Social Blade or on channel about pages. It was a bug. It's being fixed now, and more information on the YouTube known issues page. This is from the Sega Genesis. I'm using an emulator. I'm using Fusion in particular. Whoop. So, IOPRED, here's the thing, I did watch that. Well, I don't know if I watched this one, like this game, but I watched, or the 80 GTQ, but I watched a playthrough, which definitely shows constant dashing. I think the problem that I have is that oftentimes the tools and approach that you use for a speedrun are very different than the tools you use for a non-speedrun, and I think that that stays here, so... An at Walker. Anyway, hello IOPRED, welcome to the stream. Look, your little bot does a fadey thing in the upper left. It fades in and out. It's awesome. Ah, yeah. Which I think that's a reasonable position. So, I mean, the Trump tax proposal that was proposed before the election certainly did include middle-class tax cuts. Just to give credit where credit's due, the best proposals that were there included middle-class tax cuts in Trump's plan and not in Hillary's plan. Hillary planned to increase taxes on the rich and not lower them for anyone, basically. So nobody would pay lower taxes and people would pay higher taxes. One of the problems with Trump's tax plan was that it did not include basically how to pay for anything. So the CBO or the Tax Foundation's analysis suggested that it would be like, you know, an extra $10.2 billion over the next 10 years in deficit, or in debt rather, which is a lot. And so, you know, that was the concern that I had when looking at that, was like, you know, I would love to give money back to the middle class and others and proceed that way. Like, that's a totally reasonable ask, especially in cases where people are doing poorly, where they can't get work. But I don't know how you do it given what we have here. So one of the ways that you do it, right, is that you provide more jobs to people, right? Screw the tax cuts, just give people more money, get them jobs. And one of the ways you could do that, I mean, the way that I would prefer is I want a new WPA, a new Public Works Association. I would love to have a new Civilian Conservation Corps. I would love to have massive investments in federal infrastructure spending such that we could actually put people back to work and increase the overall money that's going to people. Because I think that as you do that and as you raise the standard of living for the least among us, you also, you know, economically increase things for the poor. So, I do not live in California. I live in Massachusetts. I do work for Google, but I do not work in California. I'm pretty sure that pretty much everyone here, except for you, DMX, knows where I work and or knows where I live. I also said I'm going to Boston for the protest tomorrow, but maybe you weren't here for that. $34K, Jess. Yeah, only DMX knows me. Stop being a smartass. That's my job. God damn it, this boss. All right, we'll redo this level. Get some AT-AT Walker action going on here, so we can dig up some bananas. Massachusetts's income taxes are 5%, 5.3%, 5.85% if you choose the I would like to give more of my money to the state taxing option. They are, you know, I don't know if they're that high. Property taxes are high, but because we rent, we don't pay property taxes here. We do pay property taxes in New Hampshire where we own property, and yeah, so overall, and then sales tax is like 5.5% here in Cambridge, so it's not that bad. Just to be clear, Jess, I do the taxes. We don't volunteer to pay the higher tax percentage. What I do is I take the difference between the higher tax percentage and the lower tax percentage, and I give it to the causes that I find most needy. The problem is that with the Republican governor, particular, you know, we've pretty much always got Republican governors. Even Deval Patrick was, you know, only a moderate liberal. My ability to control whether the governor does what he says, what I would prefer him to do, is pretty low, and so I donate that to the causes that we care most about. Do it every year. Yeah, but I do our taxes, so, you know. Is it 6.25 now? I never even pay attention. I don't feel that the tax rate is particularly unreasonable. That's all I can say. So, Bro, do you even science, like, some of the causes that, like, I currently donate to Planned Parenthood, to the ACLU, to the EFF, to the Innocence Project, and at least one other one out of my paycheck that I can't remember. We've got to revamp this because now I care more. So, like, I just make the donations directly out of my paycheck, and so I don't even see them for the most part or think about them. I set them up, Google matches them, and I donate, you know, $10,000 a year or so to charity out of my paycheck. Absolutely. I mean, the gas tax is also bad. Unfortunately, I wish that there was a better way to tax, you know, use of cars that was not so regressive. And I guess in urban areas in Massachusetts, maybe the gas tax isn't quite as regressive because you can use public transportation and other stuff like that. But as I look at it, I'm like, well, I would really like to discourage car owners, but I would car usage, and encourage other forms of other stuff, of you know, transportation and so on. But I would like to do it by not taxing the most poor among us, so. And yeah, absolutely. I mean, I live in a super expensive state and place, so that is a good question that I do not have an answer to, Mikey L the Gamer. Yeah, so overall, I do not blame anyone who voted for Trump based on the idea of lower taxes for the middle class. I think it's maybe selfish, but I can't blame people for being selfish. Like, the reason that I can not be selfish is because I'm a rich, greedy asshole. Like, that's fine. Well, to be fair, DMX, I think it is also the case that there are many parts of Massachusetts where you can live and it's a lot cheaper. In order to live inside of the Boston area, yeah, you'd have to like make a lot of money in the same way that you'd have to make a lot of money to live in the Silicon Valley area. But there's also Western Massachusetts where, so long as you're not in the Berkshires or Hampshire or whatever else like that, that there's lots of relatively, you know, inexpensive places to live in that area. But yes, you can't live in downtown Boston and make without making a lot more money than you do in Florida. So our cost of living is high, but yeah. Always be dashing. Yeah, Constantino. How many people do we have here from Western Mass? We've got like Constantino, I think Jack, what's his name, is also in Western Mass. Hagawam has more than just Six Flags. I do kind of envy you, it's true. And actually, to be clear, I don't blame Trump voters for voting for Trump, period, actually. Like, that's your right. I disagree with you, probably in major ways, but that doesn't mean that, like, I have the right to tell you that you're wrong. Even if you are. I don't know what the big E is. Oh, god damn it. Alright, give me... God damn it! Oh, it's the state fair or whatever? So can I, like, hit him now? No. Just bounce off him. Ow. Get me out of your mouth, you stupid fish. Take care, Miss Rebel! Yeah, we rent a relatively small 900 square foot 3-bedroom house and pay $31.50 a month in rent. So I think it's $31.50 now, isn't it? $31.25, $32.25. I never keep track. Our landlady's kind of weird. Raises the prices in weird increments. We're just keep in mind, Jess, we're also in a cheap place. Like, relatively speaking, we do not pay much for the place that we are in. We got really lucky because Jess is an excellent finder of houses. Oh, did I kill it? Yes, I killed it! Woohoo! Oh, fuck off, Jose. I totally can. That was the joke! Come on! I have jelly beans. Wow, I'm like blasting through a ship or something. Jess, there's alcohol down here. Well, you could also not watch my stream. Oh, a princess. Oh shit. This princess thing is not a princess. I don't know what's going on, except I'm dying a lot while I was eating things. Aha! I have to bounce it. Alright, now I'm in like Space Mountain mode. God damn it. I lost my cool. Damn it. Hold on, I gotta pause and figure out what's going on. It looked like a princess briefly, didn't it? I don't know. Alright, pirate monster, let's go. I don't know why it looked like a princess to me. Alright, I'm gonna ignore chat for a minute and try and beat this princess pirate monster. And then I will catch up on chat, and then we will do the CPG rant of the evening. The CPG rant of the evening tonight will be about find your something special. I can't tell what is the difference between the ones that hit him and don't. Alright, I won. So... Alright, where we go? All the dick. Yeah, in a lot of places it's better owned than rent. In Cambridge, just not. Alright. Nothing magic. Oh god! Alright, I died. That's good. Dying's good, right? Remarkably babshish. Hello, Janine. Good to see you. Welcome to the stream. Tonight we're talking about Trump and what he has done so far. Well, we actually kind of got distracted. I moved away from what Trump has done so far, and I allowed myself to get pulled into riots and, like, the fact that Trump's an asshole and many other things. So I do want to refocus, right? So Trump has said that he wants universal health care. He wants universal health care with lower premiums. He wants universal health care with lower premiums. And he has also indicated that he wants to save, you know, trillions of dollars per year in federal budget. These are all good things. And like Obama, you know, before me, I will say that if Trump can figure out a way to pull that off and get it through the Republican House, like, more power to him. I look forward greatly to what he's able to do in a Republican-led House. It will be interesting to see that. An interesting thing is that the Republican Party is generally very sticks together very well. Much better than the Democratic Party. The Democratic Party fights against itself like nobody's business. We are terrible at party unity. We are terrible at getting things done. We are terrible at all kinds of things. And so, including in many cases giving, you know, a real shit about middle class Americans. And so, or at least selling that message. I think we're actually pretty good at it, but we oftentimes are not very good at selling the message. And so, you know, if he can do that, great. Like, I will be right there with him if he can figure out a way to make that happen. Okay, so I think if I do this, and go here. Nope, that was not what I wanted to do. Ah! That did not go how I wanted. Hello, James Baker! Oh, baby! Yeah, so the Democrats are bad. The centrist wing of the Democrats are bad Democrats. The centrist wing of the Republicans doesn't exist, and so we get into this weird situation, right? Good to see you, James. Excellent. Janine, are you based in the U.S. or are you based somewhere else? So one of the things that is most prominent that Trump has had the power to do before he even started is to make recommendations on his cabinet. The cabinet will be the people who run the departments of the executive that he, is in charge of, but basically he picks a bunch of people to manage each of these jobs. You can imagine in a normal, corporate infrastructure, this would be like your VPs. So you have your VP of Commerce, your VP of Defense, your VP of Homeland Security, your VP of the CIA, and other things like that. Australia, got it. Australia, yeah. So cabinet picks are a thing that the transition team gets to pick out and recommend. They don't get officially sworn in until the president, or approved until the president takes office. I did it again. God damn it. He does get to pick them. So the transition team picked a bunch of people, and many of them have, let's say, a few flaws. Some of them are fine, right? So Elaine Chao, despite being married to the Mitch McConnell, who is a prominent senator, is a perfectly reasonable, or not a particularly objectionable pick for Secretary of Transportation. I guess maybe she's also been Secretary of Labor in the past. I don't know. But he's also picked some pretty terrible people, it seems, based on more political favors than their experience. Betsy DeVos is among the worst. Jeff Sessions and his lack of support of voting rights is a personal problem for me. And, there's others in there in the mix as well. All right, let's try this. Okay, so save this time, so I don't have to go back and do all that again. I just want to get over a little bit more. There we go. Save again. So, the only thing that I know about Australian politics is I know that they have a real racism problem. Subtle racism, I guess, is how, who did we see? Who's the guy who has the late night, the last week tonight with John Oliver? John Oliver, has a bit that he did in his podcast and did in the show that Jess and I saw him at in person, where he talks about how Australian people are just like, yeah, our biggest problem is all the Lebos. And you're like, what? Oh, yeah, the Lebanese people. They're our biggest problem in this country. It's like, something that I wouldn't really think of as having in the U.S., so. I mean, DMXX, it's really hard to figure out what Trump is going to be. Okay, I can't use that move because it will kill me. The reason that we can't figure out what he's going to be is because Trump has a history of just agreeing with whoever talked to him last. He went from being very supportive of torture until he talked to Mad Dog Mattis, who said, no, torture is useless, and now he's against torture. And so, I'm generally supportive of someone who listens to the positive opinions of someone who is smarter than him, which, is a good thing. I try to listen to people who are smarter than me all the time, and I learn things from that. But I also realize that with Trump, he has a reputation of actually doing, he has a reputation of this being the thing he does, is not to listen to the smartest person in the room, but instead to just listen to whoever talked to him last, which I think is a lot more concerning. And so I hope that that's a little bit something he's able to move past. So I don't think he's farting. Oh, you killed the gargoyle. By the way, for those of you who don't know, it's 11:03. You know what that means. Cheers. It is time for the CPG rant of the evening. The CPG rant of the evening happens at 11 o'clock. And by popular demand, this CPG rant will not be about politics. Will not be about politics. It will be about having a drink. Cheers. Instead, this CPG rant will be about my views about one part of content creation. Countess was like, you asshole, I hate you. Talk about something else. All right. Deep breath. Check, check. 1, 2, 3, check. I'm the Chris who plays games. All right, here we go. I'm the Chris who plays games, and this is your CPG rant of the evening. One of the things that Nope, I'm going to start in a different way, because I always say one of the things. I say this all the time. I actually found this when I set up a Facebook feed for my channel, which you can find linked in the description below. One of the things that I found is that I always start everything that I do with one of the things that I find most interesting. One of the things that I have found. One of the things, whatever. Fuck the one of the things. The thing you should care about. I'm the Chris who plays games, and you should. Absolutely. When you are creating YouTube content, know what makes you special. You should know what makes you special, because the thing that makes you special is the thing you're going to sell. The thing that makes you stick out is the thing that you need to sell to other people. And I constantly see people who are like, I don't understand why I'm not growing. I've made 500 videos and I'm not growing. Why am I not growing? What's your special thing? What do you do that's different than what everybody else does? Tell me what the thing is that you do that is different from what everyone else does. And I will help promote you. I will help inform you. I will help teach you. I will help do all of these other things in order to make you learn more about what it is you need to do. But you know what? Most of the time you talk to a YouTuber, especially a gaming YouTuber, they don't have a special thing. They don't know what they're working towards. So I can tell you special things for a whole bunch of my friends. When I look at Jose Angel is a creator who is absolutely engaged in the love of art in all its forms. Whether he's playing a game or creating art or observing art from other people, he absolutely loves it. And so all of his things, all of his streams, all of his content creation, everything else like that is basically an exploration of how he can find more art, more beautiful things in the world that he can observe and share his love with other people. When I look at the art Sherpa, Cinnamon Cooney, one of the things that I see, I'm going to cross that phrase out. When I look at art Sherpa, Cinnamon Cooney, I absolutely see her as someone who is working to act as a teacher and a communicator to the rest of the community. And establishing that connection with them in a special way. It's not just about the tutorial, it's about the tutorial and the back and forth. And so when I watch her streams, for example, her husband who works with her on the streams constantly says, I can't show her the chat. If I show her the chat, she'll never do anything else. I have to pick the questions, because if she could see the chat, she would never, ever paint anything. She would just sit there the entire time, and she would never paint, because she wants to engage so much. So being a great teacher is what makes the art Sherpa there. Not giving a great tutorial. Being a great teacher and giving a great tutorial are two different things. The art Sherpa wants to be a great teacher. When I look at many of the creators who are successful, with each of them I can see an aspect of their repertoire that is key to them. With Kang Gaming, he's got a family-friendly stream where he encourages and enjoys the interaction with other creators. When I look at other creators out there, I see each of them has a niche that they fit into. And if you don't fit into a niche, and if you don't know what that niche is, then you're not going to grow. And this is one of the areas where my channel hasn't grown drastically, and the reason is because I don't know what my niche is. I've got 7 different ones of them, and they don't make any sense, right? I've got a niche where I play video games. I've got a niche where I talk about politics during video games. I've got the CPG rants. I've got, voting. I've got whiz bangs. I've got all these things. People sometimes come to me and they say, well, I've done all the technical things right. I've got a good microphone. I've got good sound. I've got a game I'm playing. I've got a good camera. Why aren't I more popular? Well, because you know what? A good camera and a good microphone are realistically like $50 and $20 on eBay, and putting those together does not make you a YouTuber that is successful. You have to figure out what's different from what everyone else does. You have to figure out what's different about you. And so one of the things that's different about me, I think, is these CPG rants. It doesn't make a lot of sense in the context of everything else that I do, but the CPG rants are one of my minor claims to fame. I run a scheduled live stream, and every week at 11 o'clock on Mondays and Fridays, I am here to tell you a little bit about my views on the world, whether it's how the internet works or how voting machines work, whether it is how you should get creators to why you shouldn't ask me why I don't have more subscribers. All of these things are things that are a little bit different than the average YouTube gaming streamer. I mix in with my stream elements of videos and discussions, research, and so on and so forth that I wouldn't expect most streamers to do. And in that way, I try and make something unique. And I have a one-sentence elevator pitch. I'm the Chris who plays games. I create live streams twice a week, for which my intent is to be more interesting than your average AM radio DJ. Because as I've discussed before, YouTube gaming live streams, or gaming live streams in general, are boring as shit. But you need to go out there and figure out what your something special is. And I commented on this before. I believe I said, I referred to the episode of Weeds where, Andy is talking to the person who is a film producer, and he says, you've got to have something special. You've got to have something more special than just being you. And in the case of Andy, it ends up being the fact that he has, a foot that only has 3 toes, ends up being his something special. But you got to have something. And it can't just be a thing like, a physical thing. The hat, fine, whatever, but the hat doesn't pull people in. The hat isn't what brings people to the stream. Instead, what brings people to the stream is maybe something a little bit different, whether it's, whatever, but what keeps people, I'm going to try that again. The hat isn't what brings people to the stream. Nope, I'm going to try that again. The hat can be what brings people to the stream, but it's not what keeps people on the stream. What keeps people on the stream is something special. Something where they walk in and they see it. A video they watch and they say, I want to watch the rest of these. And when I produced drone videos, I found out that didn't do it, right? Drone videos are a dime a dozen. There's nothing about my drone videos that's better than anyone else's drone videos. And so I would go ahead and I would, have drone videos, but they weren't interesting. There wasn't anything special about them. Now when I do YouTube gaming, I feel like I get there a little bit more. When I start my CPG rants, I get the rant. People actually enjoy this, I think, a little bit, at least some of them. But overall, that's what you need to figure out. What is your something special? What do you do better than anybody else? Or if you don't do anything better than anybody else now, what are you going to do better than anybody else? So that's my question to you. As a YouTube creator, someone who wants to be popular, someone who wants to know you, what's your one-sentence elevator pitch? What do you want people to know about you? What do you want to be known for? Think about it. I'm the Chris who plays game, and this has been your CPG rant of the evening. For more CPG rants, check out my rant about the fact that YouTube creators are allowed to lie, or others, about Twitch versus YouTube, about, how the internet works, about how gaming live streams are boring as shit. You're welcome to check them all out on my channel. Thank you very much for watching, and have a lovely night. And now, back to the show. After these messages, we'll be right back. Hey, we killed a goblin! That was awesome, Leif. All right. I am going to pour some more beer. In the meantime, I've actually got this one. This one's not so much politics, but I think you'll actually find it amusing. So watch this for a minute while I pour some more beer.
Governor, thank you so much for coming into my office. Did you enjoy meeting me?
I hope you were as much fun on that dais as you were on your couch.
Well,
may I rephrase that, sir?
please, please, please. Oh, my Lord. Oh, my Lord.
Well, I think we found our Saturday Night Live soundbite.
Let's move on.
All right, so we will move on, but I did have to share that one with you. I thought that was pretty amusing. That was Al Franken introducing himself, interviewing Rick Perry, who is, of course, the proposed Secretary of Energy. The Secretary of Energy who proposed in 2012 that we should get rid of the Department of Energy, and then established in 2017 that he didn't actually realize that the Department of Energy was in charge of preventing nuclear, the loss of control of our nuclear stuff. So... But yes, so the joke there, I don't know if this was audible, but if you did not know, yes. So Al Franken is a United States senator from Minnesota. But yeah, so if you did not hear that, Al Franken asked, "Did you enjoy meeting me?" And Rick Perry's response was, "I hope you're as much fun up on that dais as you were on your couch," which has an obvious sexual overtone to it. It might not be yours. All right, Capitan, are you saying it might be? Oh man, who did I ban? I don't remember. It's been too long. I am not made of nuclear stuff. I'm made of non-nuclear stuff. Stop putting me in top of fire. I don't want to die. I don't like any of you. This level sucks. Everyone should have an enema bulb just in case. There you go. In case you didn't know. All right. Anyway, Will, you said something while I wasn't looking. I just realized that. Hello! You said hello. That was not a super thing. I should not do a rant during a colonoscopy. I'm no Neil Boots, sir. That is true. I'm all electrons. What in the butt? Alright. Hold on. First of all, let's save. Alright. So you're gonna do your wiggly wobbly dance. I have no idea where I'm supposed to hit you. Ow! Okay, so I can only hit him as far as I can tell in the red thing that opens up later. Hello, Kingdom of Crash! Yeah, I mod everybody. Janine, if you are normally the one with all the butt talk, you may find that you are out of your league, outpaced. Oh, do we have a dragon going on? Is that what I'm seeing here? I just noticed this. Oh no, it's a hellhound. Die, hellhound! Alright, sorry. I just had to toss that in. Keep an open butt. Advice, real life advice from Jose Angel. Keep an open butt. Anyway, so yeah, what else did Trump do today? Anything interesting? Oh yeah, so the White House website changing and not containing like everything it used to have on it, that's normal. That's gonna happen, and the fact that Trump in his transition is completely behind is pretty normal. No, it's not pretty normal, but given that he's behind in his transition, the fact that the White House website is drastically, like, you know, minimal at this point is pretty reasonable seeming to me. I am not at all surprised by that. But the cabinet picks, mostly terrible. 3 or 4 that are pretty obviously that are easy or okay. 2 of which have already been confirmed. which brings us to all of the rest of them. DeVos is the worst. Sessions is crappy for exactly the reasons that I am concerned about, you know, voting rights, disability advocacy, other things like that. Not a terrible person, just not likely to fit within my model and role for what we want. I do think that he will fit well within, you know, Trump's role, the Republicans' role. I think Republicans are oftentimes motivated to minimize the right to vote for people who are not in the current majority of this country, and so it's not really surprising. Oh yeah, they've got play. I mean, to be fair, one of Obama's current secretaries has 2.5 of net worth of 2.5 billion. So Trump's proposed secretaries have like a combined net worth of 4 billion, which is. But the problem is that if you take away the net worth of that one secretary, which I don't remember who it is, in Trump's current cabinet, or not Trump's, Obama's previous cabinet, sorry, I keep living in the past, the total net worth of the remainder of them, the other 21, something like that, is only 200 million, whereas there is no single billionaire in Trump's cabinet picks. Instead, they're all just really dreadfully rich. I think DeVos might be the top of it. I don't remember off the top of my head. Well, just to be clear, I do not at all begrudge rich people for not pitching in to reduce the GDP. No, not reduce the GDP. You mean the deficit. You don't want to reduce the GDP. The GDP is the thing you want to go up. GDP is the gross domestic product. It is what is produced in this country. In fact, one of the big fears is that if the Affordable Care Act is repealed without a reasonable replacement, that state GDPs will go down drastically, and we will see a significant reduction in overall revenue generation in this country as businesses have to deal with the fact that there is, you know, all this other whatever, what to who's it, as well as the impact, of course, on the healthcare industry directly. It's alright to love the DeVos family. I don't have a problem with their family. I think that it seems like they're, oh, hold on, I changed the sound option somehow, and I don't know what I want to, let's go back there. But yeah, like, in general, I do not, our current deficit is $555 billion a year, and under Trump's proposed tax cuts, that would go to, or tax plan, that would go to approximately $1 trillion a year. Even if all of them gave all of their money, it would be less than 1% impact on the total deficit, annual deficit of the country, based on the proposals made by Trump. It's just really, this is one of the reasons why I say that I don't donate more to the Massachusetts state legislature, is that I feel that the money that I spend can be more successfully used for other things. And it's optional, it's voluntary, right? So participating in voluntary payment of taxes when I feel that the money would make more of a difference to the causes I care about at the default rate doesn't make sense. So I mean, when you've given $200 million to Republicans, I'm assuming that they've also donated tens or hundreds of millions of dollars to charity, have done a bunch of other good things. I know nothing about the DeVos family as a family. I know nothing about their charitable works and anything else like that. I am sure that they are lovely people, even though they support Republicans. But I worry about lack of experience for Secretary of Education, not personality. Who doesn't? That's right. They got rich off of Amway, right? Okay, so long as we agree on that. I Okay, so they created Amway. Got it. So yeah, I have absolutely no problem with the DeVos family as a family. I have no problem with Betsy DeVos as a person. I would even buy that there are positions that she would be super effective at. I would buy that she would be like an excellent like campaign finance manager for Trump. It sounds like she manages a lot of donations to Republicans and probably knows all the big names. It's entirely possible that she would be an excellent person for Trump to tap to do absolutely like something in his in the role of his establishment. I just don't think she's a terrible Secretary of Energy. That's all I think. But yeah, so Mattis was approved. John F. Kelly was approved. On the plus side, he has also spoken out against waterboarding, again, in contrast to Trump. He's also said the wall alone is not going to make a big difference in illegal immigration on our southern border. You'll have to have agents and patrols and other things like that. And he also said that he does not agree with registering people based on ethnicity or religion or anything like that, which is great. However, he has said he is in favor of speeding up the portions. He has said that he wants to do that in very large numbers and was unwilling to speak out for or against Trump's idea of a deportation force. And these things concern me because I think that in a large way, we have already deported a significant... so Obama was deported record numbers of people. Something like 2.5 million people were deported under Obama, which upsets some people. But something like 67% of those were convicted criminals. And what that has left us with is actually a lot fewer convicted criminals are still in the U.S. than have been deported now. And so this is why we deal with that. Yeah, Carson also said, hold on, I'm going to find the quote. Carson said, poverty is really a choice more than anything else. And I think that pretty much anyone living in poverty would say the other way, would not agree with that. We are gonna have to pull out Mad Dog. Actually, you know what? You know what you can't do anymore, Disguise Falling? You can't be a wrench buster anymore. Ha-ha! The power of Christ compels you. Alright, how did I only take 1 damage from that hit? I goddamn hate the stupid new chat, like, putting all the things at the bottom. Like, I want to read the most recent chat message. Why would you put the toast at the bottom where I can't read the most recent chat message? I don't feel too guilty because I filed a bug that said this earlier already, so... like poverty is a choice? What? So Carson's a terrible pick for housing. I actually thought like Health and Human Services, I at least like he's a surgeon, like he's dealt with that shit, right? Like I'm not sure it'd be the best pick because he seems a bit crazy, but he's certainly a lot better than for HHS than he was for housing. I'm glad IOFred is here to hear me bitching and moaning, even though I realize it has nothing to do with him and is not at all his fault. I don't know how to avoid... Okay, so let's try this. Ah! Okay, so hold on, I'm gonna try and... Okay, so if I jump in the air, I can do this. Which means I need to not spin to the side, but just like... There we go. That's getting a lot more hits in, I feel like. Mattis is fine. I'm not arguing against Mattis. We've already, like, and Mattis is already approved, so now, like, it no longer matters what I feel about Mattis. Like, I mean, what matters, but overall, like, Mattis was, like, he is supportive of LGBT and women in the military. He disagrees with Trump on basically everything. Has pushed back on Trump repeatedly on his appointments for Secretary of the Army and Air Force and everything else like that. Like, as someone who's going to tell Trump no, who's going to, like, stand up for rights of people who are disaffected and everything else like that. Like, that's somebody I can get behind. I can get behind Mattis. I have no problem. I have no complaints or concerns. I would have, if I was given a vote in the Senate, I would have approved him as well. I am glad that he was one of the first ones, and I look forward to, you know, what he's able to do as, you know, leadership of the Department of Defense. I hope that, like, cost cutting or at least efficiency in the Department of Defense somewhere plays a role in this administration. I feel like our spending has gotten really out of control. You know, I think maybe even DMX pointed out in the politics channel on Discord the like $20 million in firewood that was missed, like that there were no records kept for, but like in Afghanistan, the military spent $20 million funding purchases of firewood for reasons that no one fully understands. You know, there's a lot to look at there. God damn it. I can hope. Nevik, we have not meaningfully talked about the ACA, I don't think. So, Brad, I although it was discussed earlier that I should be optimistic and I said I'm always pessimistic, I hope a little bit. I don't expect a lot, but yeah. So I don't mind. Like we got Mattis, which I think was generally supported, and I did not have anything else like that. So we want to talk about the ACA? We can do that. One of the things that's interesting about the ACA, of course, is that as people are realizing that the ACA is the same as Obamacare, they're realizing that they like it. And I guess that's good. Or rather, as they realize that the ACA and Obamacare is the same thing, they feel less negative about Obamacare. I mean, this has always been the case, is that Obamacare has been an extremely polarizing term. So there's like a 10% difference across the board on both sides of the aisle, where if you ask someone if they are approve of the Affordable Care Act, they will say, you know, yes or no based on their political affiliation. And if you ask people if they like Obamacare, they are more likely to say yes and no based on their political affiliation. So this is a thing that has always been the case and is not new. What's new is I think people are realizing that the Affordable Care Act and Obamacare are the same thing in part. And as a result of both the combination of that and realizing that there's a chance that they will actually lose their health care, are concerned. And I think what this means is that there will not be a Just Repeal Act. Despite Steve King actually proposing a Just Repeal Act, it's not going to happen. And that's great, because repeal would be terrible both for our economy and for individuals who are on the ACA. So DMX, I think there's a big Republican trope at the moment that Obamacare is a financial disaster. I'm not sure how true it is. So there was a lot, but it is certainly not cheap enough, right? It is certainly not cost effective enough. The fact that a family can be, you know, that health insurance for an individual on a bronze plan, which does not cover a lot, can still cost, you know, upwards of you know, thousands of dollars a year in some states. That, you know, the insurance market is having a lot of trouble keeping insurers in the Obamacare, like the you know, health exchange markets is absolutely a problem. There are tons of financial problems with the ACA that need to be fixed in some way. There's no doubt. Like healthcare is not yet sufficiently available and affordable in this country. There are points where it makes more sense to make less money, and these kind of cutoff points are always a terrible idea, whether it's in your, you know, tax brackets or whether it's in anything else. Subsidized plans aren't sufficient. We've seen the rejection of federally subsidized Medicare funds from many states, or Medicaid, sorry, which has resulted in these states not providing expanded Medicaid access to people who deserve it because of ideological reasons around states' rights and control and everything else like that. I think that that's terrible. Like, we are in a situation where healthcare in this country is royally fucked. We have an aging population who do not have access to what they need, and so on and so forth. Let's go to 2. I'm gonna come look in Chris's office. So yeah, I think there are, I mean, so my hope, so when you look at, for example, Paul Ryan's quote-unquote plan for improving access to healthcare, it mentions the word Obama 128 times, and mentions the word, like, insurance, like 12 or like 14 or something like that. I'm really worried that we're sitting in a situation where nobody has any ideas on what the hell we're supposed to do. I skimmed a report from a bunch of insurance actuaries who are like, yeah, pretty much the insurance market is fucked, you know, especially some of the, if you expand the, so one of the common Republican proposals, the idea to increase competition by, you know, allowing insurance companies to sell across state lines more easily. And a series of actuaries basically looked at this and said, like, if you don't establish, like, clear guidelines for what the insurance has to cover, which currently don't exist, they're, like, done state by state, you end up in a situation where basically whatever the lowest common denominator is offers that, and it doesn't actually solve any problems. Like, people pay for insurance to get out of being penalized under, you know, the individual mandate, but they don't, you know, end up with anything else. And we just have an old and aging population. Group healthcare plans. I don't know much about group healthcare plans. Oh, when you say my office, you don't mean Google, you mean my office at home, the one that Alicia lives in 20% of the time. Is Morse porn made in Ohio? Most of the porn I watch is made in San Francisco, so I don't know. God damn it, this fucking boss. This boss sucks. I'm gonna call this boss Donald Trump. Jose Angel, most of the porn that I watch is still made in San Francisco, I'm pretty sure. Unless kink.com has moved. I'm pretty sure they're still at the Armory. I don't know, Brad. I hope so. In the same way that I hope eventually we will get past Trump as president and then he won't become, like, dictator for life. Oh, we've almost killed the centaur. Kill the centaur, people. Keep talking. They're not at the Armory anymore. Oh my god, my life is ruined. All the video, maybe I just watch old videos. They look like the Armory to me. Oh, Reddit is terrible. Yes, we killed the centaur. Good job. Reddit is too left-wing for you. My guess is that yes, I am going to get past this. Oh, there's like a weird gas spore. Alright, I accept that my porn is no longer filmed at the Armory, and therefore it is no longer in San Francisco. I'm a terrible person. Spin move at his face? I tried his face before and I couldn't get anywhere with it. Like, it doesn't do anything. Yeah, see? Let's try it out now. No, I'm pretty sure that's not doing anything for me. I think I just need to get better at the dodging. Oh, maybe that's how I dodge? I mean, I feel like, yeah, there we go. Alright, let's do this. Yeah, I mean, most of the porn that I watch comes from kink, so wherever they are is where my porn comes from. Haha! See? Oh no! Fuck! What's this? Steph? You did Facebook instead of YouTube? Or you did both? Or you've never, I don't know if you've ever done YouTube before. And that was your first first live stream. You did Facebook instead of YouTube for your first live stream? I'm sad. You probably have a bigger audience there or something. That's an opinion that I can't get away with having. Alright. Oh no! Ugh! Fuck, that was dumb. Oh, fuck! I wonder how many more levels there are after this, because if there's a lot, and the bosses keep getting harder like this, we're gonna have problems. I have consumed not enough alcohol. These bosses are hard. God damn it! Okay. Cheers. Ugh. I don't smoke at all, ever. You should drink more beer, John. By the way, John, I don't know if you made it to my CPG rant, but I called you and Cinnamon out in my CPG rant, so you have to keep an eye out for that once it goes up. I can do it. All right. God damn it! All right. Note to self. I'm gonna have to drop a save state quickly after I kill him, so that I don't have to kill him again. Okay, I'm getting better at dodging those. I just have to stand and kind of walk back and forth. There's nothing magical about it. Cheers! Woo! Try next area. I want that to be the last area. Chug-a-lug-a-lug. How many stages are there in Rocket Knight? How many stages in Rocket Knight? Uh-oh. Hold on. No, stop. Pause. Rocket Knight... No, that's not going to answer this question. There are apparently 7 stages, so I'm on stage 5. Hey, whoa! I did not say rocket beer, but it was recently said in chat. God damn it! Oh shit, I did not save apparently. So let's do that. Alright, so beyond that, we have right, so one of the problems that with Trump is that because he's not really a politician, he has like an unreasonably low... Oh, that was only stage 4. I got 3 stages left. It's already 11:45. Okay, I gotta save state way more aggressively and drink way more beer. Paul is the walrus? I have no idea what we're talking about. There was a walrus who died named Paul, I guess. Oh, I am the walrus! Cuckoo, ka-choo, ka-choo! I am the Eggman! I am the Eggman! I am the walrus! Cuckoo, ka-choo, ka-choo! Anyway, so Trump's inauguration speech. I don't know. So anyone who's a Trump supporter, so Mr. Cowdizzle, Kentantino, DMX, anybody, I want to know before I say my thoughts on this inauguration speech. Did you think it was good? Did you think that was a good, like, you know, speech for the president to give? I'm saying this in this really skeptical tone of voice that obviously makes my opinions clear, but I honestly want to know. When I get older, losing my hair many years from now, will you still be sending me a Valentine? Birthday greetings, bottle of wine. If I'd been out till 2:45, would you lock the door? Will you still need me? Will you still feed me when I'm 64? I don't know how I'm supposed to avoid those 3 rocket sets. Oh, I have to be on the other side, so I have to go all the way forward and then all the way back. Okay. So of the 2 meaningful votes we have, We've got 2 votes for people who thought it was direct and good. Okay, so here's a couple of problems that I have with Trump's speech. In case you couldn't figure that out from my earlier comment, I had some problems. So one of the problems I had was it lied. It lied about why the middle class is suffering. And in particular, that's one of the, like, things that I am really concerned about in this country is the middle class is suffering. I know that I'm a rich white asshole, and so, like, I don't get to, you know, magically win on the basis of being part of that class, but, like, the middle class is suffering not because the money has gone to other countries, but because the money has gone to rich billionaires in this country. Our wealth inequality has grown drastically over the past few years, or past few decades, rather. And the end result is that we now have a massively more, you know, a population which is massively more divided by income than it was previously. We don't have any sort of meaningful income redistribution plans at the federal level, and so we get into this weird situation where we don't fix it. And so to claim that the reason that, you know, that middle class jobs are going overseas is manufacturing jobs, especially, like, we make more things in this country than we ever have. We make more things in this country than we ever have. Manufacturing is an all-time high in the US right now. And so to have him get up on stage in front of everybody and say, like, the reason that things are failing is because, you know, we're not making enough stuff and we need to get back to making stuff, was really frustrating to me, because that's not true. We do make stuff. It's just that humans don't make it anymore. Well, what he actually said was he would eliminate radical Islamic terrorism, which is not exactly correlated one-to-one with ISIS, but it's a nice theory. Right, I need drastically more save states, remember. Sorry, I need to remind myself. Hey, Louise! I love this Stingray, who's a family-friendly streamer, comes in immediately as we're talking about these things that are not quite family-friendly. I mean, certainly the theory, the theoretical position behind, like, we would like to stop ISIS is great. I mean, Obama has actually cut down the effective number of people in ISIS drastically, if I understand it correctly. I don't know. It's a weird calculus, and because Obama has been responsible for a huge amount of the kind of time that we have been engaged and ISIS has grown, it's hard to say whether that's a net win or a net loss. But yeah, and then there was also this, and I think I talked about this a little bit earlier. I mean, this is no surprise, but I talked about the idea of what is the word that I'm trying to use here? The idea of, I'm gonna get shot. I can't shoot backwards, I think. Yeah, no, I can only shoot forwards. Oh shit. God damn it. Damn it! But then his description of, like, inner cities was the other problem that I had, right? Like, his, like, oh, inner cities are riddled with gang crime and everything else like that. Like, that would have been a good and accurate speech for 1993, but our rate of crime has dropped drastically since then. And so we're now in a situation where a lot of the things that were true in 1993 that Bill Clinton could have claimed effectively and accurately are no longer true. But I don't know if the President Trump knows that. And so I don't know how to react. I don't know how to... I mean, Chicago is a cesspool of gang crime. I agree. But overall, the rate of homicides in this country has dropped by, you know, something like 30-40% in the past while. And I think Chicago is a special case. Chicago and Baltimore are both special cases. And I think that kind of ascribing an entire nation's problems to problems of two cities, even two cities that contain, I don't know, what, 10 million people in New York, and another 3 to 4 million people in Chicago, so something like 3% of the U.S. population. I really worry about that. It's bad, and I agree. And I think that one of the questions I have is, why is it so bad? I actually did a bunch of research on that, and the answer seems to be like, nobody knows. Like, especially in particular, it's gotten drastically worse in the last few years, and no one has a good answer of why. And that scares me. Anytime we don't have a good answer of why, like 150 to 200 people more, or 300 people are more dying in a year, like, that scares me. But I think describing that and then like applying it to an entire country is bad. In a country where we've seen violent crime rates decrease drastically, in a country where we've seen homicide rates drop drastically, attributing a small population's experience as a national epidemic is unreasonable. And maybe if you were running for mayor of Chicago, that type of statement and rhetoric would be appropriate. I think even then it might be exaggerated, but at least it would be fitting. But in this case, we're talking about something that is very different. I don't know. It's not that I don't think there are gangs. It's that I think that the gang activity and homicide rate and overall crime rate has dropped drastically. Again, like, you know, Trump's painting a picture of America where the recent history of America, and I view recent effectively among most people that I talk to as being the Obama era, and as being a drastic increase in crime, which is not supported by the math or statistics. And so that's what I look at, and I look at this as I mean, what was Trump's wording here? It was, I have this up. So like the idea of Washington flourishing and politicians flourishing and other people not is true. I agree. But like, mothers and children trapped in poverty in inner cities, rusted out cities, factories scattered like tombstones across the landscape of our nation, an education system flush with cash, which no education system has ever been, but which leaves our young and beautiful students deprived of knowledge, and the crime and gangs and drugs that have stolen too many lives and robbed our country of so much unrealized potential. While I agree that is technically correct, the best kind of correct, it paints a picture of the U.S. where this is the average experience. And maybe that's not the intent, and maybe I'm reading too much into it, but that is how I heard it. And not like me being like an I hate Trump person, but in my most fair reading of it, that still feels like the reading that you would have of it. And to me, that feels wrong. It doesn't feel accurate. It feels like it misses something. And so that's what I look at. When I look at that, that's where I say, no, this isn't what I feel is the reality of the world. God damn it. I don't know how to avoid these things. I want to avoid getting hit. All right, we'll take one hit. Heroin is a pandemic. Just to be clear, heroin and not just heroin, but opioids, prescription opioids, right? Whatever it's called, OxyContin. OxyContin is a pandemic. We are in drastic trouble in many places. I wholly agree, and I feel we need an aggressive and meaningful response to that. The fact that we have criminalized and treated so many like black populations as being suspects for so long over possession of what is essentially the same drug as heroin and leads directly to heroin addiction is really problematic and troublesome, and I worry about where we go from here. What the fuck is that? And how the hell am I going to avoid it in about a second? Okay, I'm going to kill him first. Excellent. I agree. Violence in Chicago is not because of heroin. Yeah, Cow Dizzle, I totally agree. Heroin is an epidemic. It is absolutely the case that rather than treating it as an epidemic, we treated it as a criminal issue for a very long time. We have destroyed communities, and we have done terrible damage to the world by the drug war is terrible. The drug war has been a disaster, and rehabilitation should absolutely be our top priority. And now it has come to the suburbs of everywhere, and that's what you're seeing. 100% agreed. We're 100%, I think, on the same page on that, even though we're on the same page on very little else. Oh, god damn it. The welfare moms thing is like a combination of a small, statistically insignificant portion of the population with very effective marketing that is not based in reality. So I think that overall I am not convinced that. How do I hit the button? What the fuck? Oh, he has to push the button for me? There we go. I don't know if that question is directed at me, Nico. I am. Oh shit. I bounce off walls. I forgot that. Oh no! Oh shit. And I didn't get out of here. Note to self, save state more. Go. No! Okay, I can't run. Anyway, so overall, like, Trump called out the death of the middle class, which is good because there has been a death of the middle class. He called out some of these things which are real issues, but then attributed them to the wrong sources, and then basically said, like, the reason the middle class is poor is because, the reason the middle class is poor is because factories have been leaving, middle America, which bears essentially no resemblance to the truth, because factories haven't been leaving middle America. They've just been replacing the people who used to work there with robots, because robots are cheaper and easier than humans. There we go. Okay. Welcome back! Thank you very much for the raid! Criminals were not born this year. I don't know what that means. Okay, I don't know how to make that green thing appear where I want it. I'm confused. So just to keep in mind, like, I am not talking about what the Democratic Party, like, did or should have done, or, like, did right, did wrong, whatever. Like the Democrats lost this election. It was their election to lose, and they lost it. Like, there's no question there. I'm just trying to figure out what we can do that's good now. We're dealing with a situation where we have a thin-skinned madman, who has no stable positions whatsoever as our president. We are... Okay, so this thing goes away after I don't step on it for a little while, so I just have to be very quick. So stand on the wall here, fall, come back. I didn't say I like Ben Shapiro. Ben Shapiro is a reactionist, largely racist asshole. I like people who think, though, and he certainly thinks more than most conservatives that I've seen videos of. So let's not attribute too much credit here from CPG about Ben Shapiro. Hit the damn arrows. The damn arrows don't do... Oh! The arrows do things! Good job, Mrs. CPG. I had no idea what the arrows did. I was like, why is there arrows? I didn't push any buttons. Hey, he was, the one, anybody can be racist. Mexicans are racist, blacks are racist, anybody can be racist. I don't know what we're saying dot 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 at. I'm so confused. At least one of the videos I watched him in, his discounting of the positions of the person he was arguing against were based in racism. Poor ones, Capitaine. The reality is that Chicago is a city that has a large, not middle class, but low class population, caused largely by economic changes and white flight. And as a result, they depend heavily on gangs and the overall culture of gangs and drugs in order to exist and survive. With that being the case, they have grown this homegrown culture it comes out of people being poor, effectively. Poor doesn't mean on welfare. It doesn't mean people from, you know, homes with many families. I think one thing, I don't know if people have seen The Wire, and I know that fictional television portrayals only share a vague correlation with reality, but I'd really recommend watching The Wire if you haven't seen it, especially the first season, because I think even to me, I think it did provide some indication of, like, you know, there's one scene in particular that always sticks with me, is like, you know, one of the characters is being quizzed by his brother, and it's a problem given in class, and it's like, you know, 10 people start on the bus, 4 people get on, 6 people get off, you know, what is the number of people who are on the bus at the last stop? And he says, like, I can't do it, like, you know, I just can't do it. He's like, okay, like, you're holding the count, you know, the amount of drugs that someone has. You know, someone comes up and buys 12, or you have 60. Someone comes up and buys 12, you know, someone ganks you for 6. You know, each of these is, you know, someone else comes and buys 4, and then someone buys some, but then, you know, comes back and returns them to you later. You know, how many do you have at the end? And he gets it perfectly right. He's like, how come you can keep the count straight? You can't fucking tell how many people get on the bus. He says, you get the count wrong, you get shot. You know, you get killed. And I think that portrayal of inner city life, where it's, you know, do or die, and you know, the same problems, you just can't think about them in the way that you want them to. I realize that it's a naive, liberal, white-ass, you know, white boy portrayal, but if you haven't ever seen any portrayal, I think it's a really interesting one. So, take care, Janine. Thank you very much for coming by. Reverse racism does not exist. Racism requires a systematic. Racism can mean many different things. You can be bigoted as a black person against white people. You can be bigoted against other people of your own race. But racism against white people is not really reverse racism. It's something different because it doesn't have the systematic whatever. Yes. Many people can be racist, but you can't be racist against white people. Racism is in large part about systematic oppression, and white people have, in the US at least, cannot be systematically oppressed. If a black man calls you cracker, is that racist? No. Would be my answer. Oh, you were saying it's. I defer entirely to minorities on this one, and if you want to argue, I'm the wrong person to argue with, because I am a white guy who will call you cracker. Honky. There we go. Alright, let's just go this way. Damn it. A tiny ghost approaches! God damn it. Alright. So yeah, it's about a power dynamic. It's about a power relationship, which does not exist in the opposite direction. I went up there, but I don't care. Oh shit. What the hell? I love you, Miss Painstakingly Played. I have to get in my own robot. Yeah, I missed that. I missed. Oh, you're not done in that sense. You're done in a different sense. I don't know, this guy's falling. We're gonna find out soon, hopefully. Oh god, that was not the right move. Well, maybe I'm not gonna lose yet. Can I recover it? Let's go. Oh my gosh, don't kill me! Ah. Jess is, so one of the problems that I have is that I am entirely, so here's the problem, right? Like, people always criticize me for silencing, like, you know, like, this is what Nazis do, right? Like, Nazis, and not to say that DMX is a Nazi, but neo-Nazis, what they do is they criticize you for, like, you know, abusing free speech or whatever. Like, you know, like, oh, you don't let me, like, speak my terrible views, so you're, therefore, oh my god, I'm an idiot. And so they constantly criticize you for that. And so I have this like, well, I want to allow everyone's views. I want to allow, you know, XYZ. Like, I believe in freedom of speech. And then I get to the end, I'm like, no, this isn't freedom of speech. You're just a fucking jackass. Like, you're not wrong, Walter. You're just an asshole. Tends to apply. And I let it go on for way too long. This is a general problem I have. God damn it, I hate this thing. I love Blues Brothers. I didn't realize that everyone didn't just like know Sweet Home Chicago as a song when I met Jess, and she will tell this to anyone who wants to listen, so yeah. God damn it. I will get it this time. I will get it. So yeah, like, America first, America only, America whatever, like, it's a huge protectionism rant from Trump. I am super disappointed, like, I'm not super surprised by it, but I'm super concerned about it because you can't put the globalism genie back in the bottle. That's not gonna work. So we're just gonna get fucked, and it's bad. What's so wrong with facts based on complete bullshit? James Baker, is that a serious question? I can't tell. Like, I'm trying to figure out if you have a snarky, like, sarcasm marker on that statement or not. Damn it! First movie to keep ever. Yeah, that's fine, James Baker. I just wanted to make sure. Like, the problem is that I allow too many bullshit Nazis in my life. Ah! Those platforms suck. I need to save when I get to the top of that, I think. I don't think I'm gonna beat this game. I only got an hour left. Oh, I can just walk across that. Haha! I'm now in a giant robot! No alcohol anywhere! Oh god. Thanks, Cow. Hello, Ash Touchdown! Welcome, welcome! So yeah, I think that, like, making statements in your inaugural address based on utter falsehoods is disappointing. I feel like there are real problems in this country, but the problem is that you can't solve real problems while lying about them. I can't solve the fact that, like, you know, users are complaining on Reddit about something. I can't solve the fact that, like, XYZ is done. I can't solve any problem if I'm not telling the truth. If the truth is, like, we don't think this matters enough, then let's be honest. Let's talk about it. Like, if the truth is, like, you know, we just aren't going to be able to do this because we can't afford it, like, let's talk about it. But the whole, like, you know, if the truth is, like, I don't feel that I can have conflicts of interest, and therefore I'm just going to keep running my businesses, and if I make a bunch of money off of it, that's what I'm going to do. Fine, then fucking say that. Don't just sit here and lie to me. Don't turn around every time and lie to me. You did not state a fact. You stated an opinion, and it was an incorrect opinion, and it pisses off a bunch of other people, and you know what? Again, there are other homes for you to state your facts, which are not facts, and be happy about it. This is not the place. What's that? Yeah. I'm a liberal echo chamber. If you don't want to be part of my liberal echo chamber, then you can fucking get out. If you want to express opinions, I've listened, I've responded, I've given you feedback, I've given you responses. And there are other people here who find me like annoying and asshole-ish, but still are hanging around, and even though they disagree with my positions. And guess what? They're some of my friends, and I enjoy seeing them, and I enjoy seeing them around. You, on the other hand, my friend, are a fucking asshole. No! Being perceived as an asshole is not grounds for silence. Actually, no, yeah. Being perceived as an asshole can be grounds for silence. I changed my mind. No, we're working in real life. This isn't real life. This is my living room. I am inviting you into my living room to watch me to hang out with my friends and watch me play video games. That's not real life. I don't have to deal with, like, I don't have to make the same trade-offs I do in real life. I live in a liberal bubble, so my real life is surrounded by people who think like me. I don't have to deal with that. There are other homes for that kind of discussion. If I want to engage in that, I will do so elsewhere. God damn it. And Cow, it's different. I mean, the reality is that while you may be perceived as an asshole, there is a perceived, there is a... Basically, you earn asshole points by not being an asshole for a while. And Cal, you're a friend of mine. I hang out with you all the time. We've had plenty of great discussions. DMX, you are not a friend of mine. You have basically been an asshole since the day I met you. And so you didn't earn any points to be an asshole. You never tried. You never figured out how the community works. You never participated on the terms that the community espoused and used. And in the same way that in a Usenet community, god damn it, that should work. In the same way that the community, like in a Usenet community, would absolutely kick out somebody who came in, didn't understand or bothered to read the rules or establish themselves in a different way to someone who had been an established member of the community for some amount of time. Like, you have not earned yourself karma. When you have no karma, then you lose. Jose, Cow can be an asshole. Tolerant does not mean... So one, I accept opposing views, but again, you have repeatedly shown yourself to not just to be espousing opposing views, but to being an asshole. It's a different thing. There are 100 good ways to espouse opposing views that you don't use. Capitaine, YouTube success is not a key. No, there's no health bar. I don't have like another move, do I? Nope, just that. Shit. What? Okay, I love you. But yeah, Jose, Cowdizzle has repeatedly made me feel like shit about things, knowing that they make me feel bad. And it's a joke. Like, it's not serious or intended to harm. But I think to say that Cowdizzle isn't an asshole would be not giving him enough credit. You're right. I'm not peaceful. We should talk about those things over beer. I agree. Cow doesn't stream anymore, though, so it makes it harder. Alright. I don't think my pro boxing career is going to get very far. Come at me, bro. Come at me, bro. Come on. God damn it. You got me. You weren't supposed to hit me. Rock 'em, suck 'em, robots! You know what? I'm tired. DMX, shut up. It's 12:30 in the morning. I'm drinking beer, and I'm tired of you. You want to come back some other time and keep talking? That's fine. I'm not going to time you out or ban you. Just go away. You have used up my patience for the night, and I'm done with it. I will take action using technical tools if I need to, but I'm asking you impolitely, get the fuck out. But yeah, so Captain, YouTube success is not my primary goal. It is a secondary goal. I enjoy the limited YouTube success that I have, but I fully acknowledge that my attempts and my behavior do not support the idea that that like I am primarily seeking success. Yeah, they're like pig robots. Well, it's because like all the enemies are pigs. I don't try to fail in all the things I do. I just do it by accident. God damn it! I don't know how to like hit him without getting hit. All right, 3 hits left. Take care, DMX. Have a great night. Yes, drink water. Ah! Okay, that's good advice, AWOL. Thank you. Captain, I asked him to leave. Please don't encourage him to stay. It's rude. So sometimes it's 3 swings. I mean, I'm gonna try for 2. Try again. Come on, 2. Nope, it's 2 while he's nope, that was gonna be 3. See? 1, 2, 3. God damn it. 1, 2. Ah! Sometimes it's 2 and sometimes it's 3. You may be behind in the stream, Captain. I had chicken wings for dinner last night. They were great. Highly recommend them. YouTube notes that a stream has a copyrighted song using Content ID. Content ID is a system that uses a proprietary algorithm to compare the contents of the stream against a reference set of database uploaded by a set of copyright holders. Copyright holders can upload content into it based on their partnership and arrangement with YouTube, and then establish a set of policies about what should be done if copyrighted content is detected. So they can say, only do like claim or monetize or block the content, but only if more than 30 seconds are detected, or only if more than 2 minutes are detected, or anything else like that. So yeah, that's what it's all about. You can Google, and there's lots of documentation and talks about Content ID online. See, that time it was 4, so clearly it's not like a number that I can use. It's based on like a distance or something. Isn't there like an email thing? Yeah, so AWOL, what I found is that it's hard to tell when both of his arms are going to be down for any length of time. Alright, so that's 1 hit. Let's see if I can... I think I only need to get 1 hit on him without getting hit. So if I can get 1 free hit in, I think I'm in good shape. No problem. Welcome back, NFK. Ugh! Come on. No? Alright. I'm gonna stand over here. Aha! Got in my free hit. Oh, I guess I need more free hits. There we go. Okay. Trying to drink a lot of beer. So I think it's bringing me to stage 6. Never bet on the white guy. Alright, so what do we do? We've got oh, so overall, like the ACA is a real problem. Has a lot of real problems. It's not sufficiently funded to make it easy for all Americans to get healthcare, and that's a real problem, and we should work on fixing that. If Donald Trump is going to get involved in creating a better solution to healthcare in this country, great. More power to him. Let's do it. The Paul Ryan approach doesn't seem like it's going to be that, so hopefully he has a different blueprint in mind that he's going to work from, and I think that there's enough people who are now concerned that we will not see a complete repeal with no replacement, and I think that's great. I was worried. I was honestly worried that Republicans would just like pass something like Steve King's asinine, stupid law where they just like, you know, repeal the entire thing. I realized that that was a little bit silly of me, but I was scared of it, and I'm happy to see that a number of them are now being sufficiently affected by their constituents that they are deciding that they, you know, actually have to give a shit about healthcare. It's a good thing. Oh, the shark tooth is you've helped kill a dragon. So if you've helped kill a dragon, or not you've helped kill a dragon, you have killed a dragon. So whoever gets dragon kills gets a shark tooth. Actually, a dragon tooth. If Obamacare is exactly the same with like Trump's name on it, like that will be unfortunate for the country and for the people in it, but better than nothing. I hope that we can do better than that as a country and actually pass some meaningful reform. You know, with Republicans controlling both the House and the executive, I think that the next 2 years are an opportunity for them to do something interesting. Unfortunately, like Paul Ryan, as you say, seems to be, well, no, the problem is that Paul Ryan is interested in doing much more damage to the healthcare system, in my opinion. While Trump is claiming we're going to have something that's like Obamacare, but better because it'll be cheaper and everyone will be able to get it, which is kind of like saying, like, yeah, I'm going to pay my bills, except they're going to cost me less money, which is like, okay, that's cool, but how? Like, what exactly is your plan here? Good plan, painstakingly played. We're gonna have healthcare, and Mexico's gonna pay for it. I mean, it's basically the same story, right? Like when we're sitting here listening to Trump, like that's basically the general rule of thumb I have to follow. Like, you know, Trump is gonna make Mexico pay for the wall. Bullshit. Mexico's not gonna pay for the wall. The one thing that Trump actually proposed that might work would be to heavily tax remittances to like the tune of like 80%, but that's crazy, and no one would ever agree to it. You'd have to pass a law, and it won't work. I think that Trump is. So Nico, I agree, but the problem is that now he's actually going to be able to be held accountable by someone other than the contractors, right? So he's going to be, able to be held accountable by people with power. So that was always the problem before, is that Trump was always in a position of power, and practically speaking, the president doesn't actually have that much power, at least inside the U.S. government, to, you know, unilaterally decide things. It's a combination of a whole bunch of stuff, and so I think that that's a difference. And while I agree with your assessment that like this is how Trump has lived his entire life, I think that that's something that's going to have to change for him. So, Cowdizzle, so here's the problem. I think that Americans in general underestimate their risk of uncommon events. This is true both at an individual level and at a government or state level. So states underprepare for, like, you know, 100-year floods and for, you know, earthquakes and other things like that. Like this is a huge problem that we have, and as a result, I don't think it's responsible to take the approach of, well, people should just have healthcare, and if they don't have healthcare, they have to pay the bills, because the reality is that I think that we should not let people die out of spite. And if you're not going to let people die out of spite, it means that you have to pay those bills somehow. Someone has to pay those bills, because you're still going to have those bills. If you don't just let people die, you're still going to have those bills, and some of the people who are going to generate those bills are not going to be able to afford them. You know, a $100,000 bill at a hospital ER because someone gave you an aspirin and spoke to you for 17 minutes is you know, something that someone's got to pay somewhere, and rather than it being paid for by the state out of pocket because, you know, a bunch of people are an asshole, I think it is reasonable to say you must have health insurance because we don't trust you. The other option, of course, is the obvious, you know, the public option, the you know, universal health care, the whatever. I think that's a great idea. I think that more people on a federally funded option, which is cost neutral, would be a great thing, because I think that it would achieve the goals of, you know, better negotiation for drug prices and other things like that that would actually bring down healthcare costs. And so maybe single payer is a bad idea. Like I'm down with single payer is a bad idea, because I do agree that in many cases we have seen that single payer does not work well and makes it difficult to see doctors when you need to and other things like that. That's a totally reasonable complaint that we need to, you know, get behind and figure out how we want to solve it. Okay, so if I hit this thing, it like rotates. I don't fully understand what I'm doing here, but okay. I am definitely going to die on this section of it, but I do actually have 4 lives, so it might not actually be the worst thing. Alright, let's kill you. Hello, Sean TV. Sorry. Yep, that makes sense. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I sometimes get raids from One Shot Girl, so I'm not at all surprised that you heard about me from One Shot Girl. It's awesome. Thank you very much for hanging out and having fun, hopefully. I don't think that the government is actually really bad at research, and so I'm not in favor of that approach. I understand the idea of, you know, taking that aspect of the question away from corporations, but I don't think it's super effective, because I think in general governments are terribly ineffective at doing research. So I don't actually propose that. I just know too many people who, you know the government too well to think that that's a good idea. Actually, I think I can just... I think that orange thing is what I need to hit on the bottom there. God damn it. I'm gonna go back here. I'm gonna start again where I have some more lives, and we'll get back to the boss. Well, I mean, I think that different regulation. So the problem is that I think that no, actually, I disagree. I think it is entirely plausible to imagine a world where we have academics involved, academic institutions involved in creating doing pharmaceutical research. The government is bad. The government can the government can control and derive pharmaceutical research. I have less problem with that, but it cannot be exclusively run by the government the way the well, I guess maybe the NIH isn't, but I just generally I have real problems with the idea of government-run R&D, because the government is terrible. The government is slow. I remember when Firefox 4.0 was the current version, I got flown to DC, and the reason that I got flown to DC was basically so I could have an in-person conversation about the fact that the person running the IT for the group that I was working with needed to update their Firefox version from Firefox version 1.5 to version 2.0, which was at that point 4 years out of date. Because it wasn't like browsers of today where they update every 6 weeks, but instead browsers of yesteryear where they updated every year. It is terrible. I do not want government-run R&D driving our drug experience. It's a terrible idea. But the reality is that appeasing shareholders, it actually does meaningfully increase their effectiveness. Their motivations can be bad, and I don't disagree with that, and I don't even disagree with the idea that we need a different way to fund and motivate pharmaceutical research. But I just think that giving it to the government is a terrible idea. God damn it, I just want to get to the boss and then die. That's all I want to do. Can I do that? Nope. No, Martin Shkreli does not disprove it, because Martin Shkreli is the anti-case. There's no R&D, there's no anything else like that. It's a company which purchased an existing tool and commercialized it. It's not R&D. So I don't think that Shkreli is the counter case at all. Down Phoenix is not DMX. They're two different things. I like, so abuse of patent, but so I think that controls on the behavior of corporations around, like, we need to get healthcare costs under control in this country. I absolutely agree, and one of the ways would be to have more limited patents. Like, to change the patent system, which is something that I think needs to be done anyway. I am a strong supporter of patent reform. I am not convinced that it is, you know, the end-all be-all, but I also understand that patents are, you know, a big source, and the ability to commercialize patents are a big source of what leads to drug R&D in the first place. And I think a lot of other countries effectively benefit from U.S.-based patent and medical research and R&D and other things like that, because we are, you know, in this weird spot where we have, you know, massive funds that are terrible, and part of this is just the hiddenness, right? Like, a lot of people have no idea what their healthcare costs, especially people with employer-based healthcare don't have any ideas of that. Google is actually invested heavily in, you know, attempting to make that information available to its employees because it's self-insured, and even so, it's really hard, you know. So I look at my doctor and it's like, well, office visits are between $170 and $820, and it's like, well, okay, well, how can I make a reasonable medical decision based on that information? Like, that is completely impossible for me. I can't make that decision. So take Toledo back, we don't want it. Damn it. Alright. Again, need to save state more. Well, so Chris, I do agree that it is absolutely the case that there are a lot of people in the U.S. healthcare industry who make a lot of money off of it, and they don't want to lose their money, right? So this is the Martin Shkreli case. Martin Shkreli is a CEO of a company that ended up charging a massive amount for increasing the cost of a relatively simple life-saving device by, you know, 6x or something, like a massive amount, effectively, because they didn't have competition and anything else like that. And I don't know how to fix that. I don't have good answers. But I think that, like, the idea of we should just kill, effectively, we should just kill medical research in this country, I think would be bad for us and bad for the world. I think that other countries benefit significantly from our investment in medical research, and I think that we should find ways to sustainably support medical research that helps people, and have it be, like, you know, sustainable. The reality is that our current healthcare system is not even in the slightest sustainable, and so I'm not advocating for what we have, and I will admit that I don't have any good ideas on how exactly we change it. 5,000% increase. There you go. This guy's falling knows what it is. Well, I agree, Down Phoenix, but the reality is that it's not like it's an intentional thing, right? Like, they just pay the prices that they negotiate, and so this is one of the reasons why a real public option would actually be a meaningful improvement to the ecosystem, is because with a real public option, we would have the opportunity to have our largest insurer, you know, be covering even more people, and make negotiations for not just the things that users of Medicare who are largely old and everything else like that are covered by. But if you can put more people and have them choose a potential for insurance prices that includes normal people like me, for example, like if I could choose between my employer provided healthcare and Medicaid, then suddenly Medicaid has this bargaining power around the drugs and procedures and treatments and everything else like that are needed by the average, middle-class American in a way that they don't today. So the federal government has pretty effective negotiating techniques and strategies around healthcare for the elderly because they insure a huge chunk of the elderly, but they're both limited by statute from some of their negotiation, as well as like the number of people who are covered who are in the middle age range is lower than is low enough that it makes it hard to bargain and negotiate. So, I mean, Trump was elected. I don't want to keep going back to why was Trump elected. There's a million reasons why Trump was elected. It was a very close election, and you can draw 1,000 inferences from it, and people have drawn all of them, and we'll never know, kind of which even was most important or relevant or anything else like that. So we can talk about individuals where we say like, okay, what did you think about this? But we can't do anything else. So. It is a shame that like the destruction of the middle class is a huge and real problem in this country. I just strongly disagree that it's for any of the reasons that are generally espoused for it. The reason the middle class has been destroyed is because we replaced a huge amount of middle class jobs, especially in middle America, which were manufacturing and like decent blue collar manufacturing jobs, and even decent blue collar like higher level jobs, right? Like the jobs for life approach that GE espoused for so long is gone. Like there's a whole cultural shift around employment that has happened in the past 30 years that has significantly affected this. All right, so I'm gonna die, but that's okay, because I don't mind. I'm not in the 1%. I found that out recently. And my dad worked for AT&T Bell Labs for 30 years. But that and got a pension and got all these other things. But those jobs are gone. They don't exist. He's also not just living off the GE pension, but you know that. Certainly helps though. Oh, kill me. It's not a pension, it's life insurance. God damn it. A real woman? Not just a fake woman? Go ahead, try and shoot me. Can't get me. I like my legs just fine, thank you very much. Well, it depends what, oh, how I would do that. To be fair, I routinely I tell Jess all the time that she doesn't need to shave or wax her legs for me, but she doesn't believe me, so I take no responsibility for her perceived need of increased personal care of waxing or anything else like that. Not my fault. I do what I can. No, just whiny, I think. Oh my god. How many forms does this fucking boss have? Where the hell am I supposed to hit this one? Like, seriously. There is no part of this body I can fucking hit! Alright, Starling Charlie, how's it going? Not bad. We were talking about Trump and his cabinet and his White House and all the things he's done so far earlier. We were talking about the ACA and how it would be really nice if insurance was a thing we had. I think Cowdizzle advocated personal responsibility rather than an individual mandate, and I said that personal responsibility leads to a bunch of people thinking I'll never get sick and therefore deciding they don't need insurance, which does not work as an effective means of providing insurance for all people, unfortunately. Sorry, I was distracted by a boss. Takes time. I was mostly reading about people waxing their nugs, as Cowdizzle calls them. Oh. I mean, I think that compared to waxing all of the other parts that women regularly wax, is probably not significantly different, although it may be one of the more unpleasant experiences that guys experience. Alright. God damn it. But yeah, overall, I'm feeling like, I don't know. Maybe I'm still being pessimistic. Maybe it's all gonna work out. So far, I have seen very little evidence of Mr. President Trump doing what he promised for the poor and middle class of this country, and I don't expect that to change. And I hope for the best. I really do, because I would rather have the best and be 100% wrong and find out that all of my bitching and moaning and liberal tears were completely in vain than the other way around. But in the meantime, I'm looking at an education secretary who should not be education secretary, a secretary of energy who doesn't know what the job entails, a Department of House, like a HUD secretary who, as far as I can tell, has no experience in housing policy whatsoever, and overall just like a president who doesn't seem to understand that what people do is not just not just, you know, wave their hands and cry, but instead establish real policy that has long-term lasting effect on this country and on the world. So with that being the case, again, I hope I'm wrong. I hope everyone who voted for Trump is 100% right and gets, well, not all of them, because some of them hate just all brown people, but that most people who voted for Trump are get exactly what they hope for. You know, whether it's middle-class tax cuts, better health care, you know, an improved economic outlook or whatever. I hope that's the case, because I would love to be wrong. But I do worry a lot. Well, so, I mean, the idea that it's been one day doesn't really fit, because, like, his cabinet picks are not picks he's made over the past day. He made these recommendations over the course of November and December, and in general, like, the transition period is the part where politicians have to do a whole bunch, you know. So on the first day, he's signing executive orders, he's, you know, getting cabinet members elected, he's passing laws, and so, like, while there's more to President Trump, it is also not the case that, like, oh, it's just the first day is really true. It's not like first day you start a job, and in the business world. Hey, Couch Crashers! not going to stay off Twitter. Hello, original recipe. I think we're on the final level. Weird pig snout level. Attica, welcome. Dog is Couch Crashers, original recipe. Good to have all of you here. I am the Chris who plays games, playing some, what was it called? Something. Alright, you do not seem to be susceptible to anything I know how to do. Okay, you're susceptible to that. Alright, let's try this again. I know, 2 verified Twitter accounts. God damn it. Alright. I think that's not to say that, Mrs. CPG, that you do not consider it to be, that you would not want that. You just don't. You just are more realistic. You don't believe it will happen. I mean, I think the reality is that my fear is exactly that Trump won't be, even as president, won't consider himself too busy to rant on Twitter. He's already shown that his intent for his day one is to not consider, like today, his day one, but instead that Monday will be his day one. You know, this is someone who is not shown a real understanding of the position that he's been selected into at any point in the process. And so with that being the case, I can't help but be unsurprised by the idea that he would, you know, not really get that. Alright. Alright, now you're going really fast. I don't like that. You killed one thing really a lot earlier. Oh, god damn it. His, like, head is a thing. Yeah, there's a POTUS account, which is now Trump's POTUS account. POTUS 44 is the Obama POTUS account. Yeah, Mr. Obama's back to posting on his Barack Obama Twitter handle. God damn it. James Baker, and this is the one hope that I have, right? Is that like actual access and status as the president is going to like quickly teach him that this job is way different than what he had been thinking it was, even during the transition. That he really just hasn't gotten it yet, and that he'll realize, right? Like like yes, you have a responsibility. I've actually had moments of revelation like that. I actually used to do a fair amount of posting on various public forums about copyright and other issues like that. I did some talking about it during this stream. I did some talking about it in other, you know, locations. I did posts about it on Reddit. And at one point, the YouTube lawyers kind of like, you know, chewed me out for it, and I got asked not to do that anymore. And so I stopped, and that's fine. But I always kind of looked at it, and I was like, but like, really, who's gonna care? Like, who's it gonna matter to? And I always thought it was a little bit silly. And then I watched the, you know, the Oracle versus Google legal, the lawsuit, which was about kind of the lawsuit was about copyright ability of Java APIs, but one of the things that I found during that discussion was that, you know, what lawyers do, like it doesn't matter what the law says. It doesn't matter anything else like that. What matters is, what happened there? What matters is that, you know, what can be used and read aloud to convince a bunch of uninformed jurors in a court of law. So if you imagine everything, like something that you say on Reddit, being read aloud by an angry lawyer in front of a jury of your peers, you know, people who know nothing about copyright technology or anything else like that, then it's a lot easier to understand why the YouTube lawyers are like, no, please don't post, you know, any information about copyright, because suddenly, you know, the negative potential impact of something like that is just so much higher than it seems about. So what do you think that they're not clear about, Down Phoenix? Oh, I sound depressed? I don't sound. I mean, it was just a revelation for me. It was like you know, when I heard about this you know, communication, at first I was like, you know, oh, this is stupid. Like, you're just being overall. Of course, nobody likes YouTube. We're terrible. But you guys are just being ridiculous. Like, there's no point in this. You know, whatever. And then I realized, like, oh shit, like, there is a real, like, ongoing risk to everything that I have said for the past 6 months on Reddit. Like, I get it now. Well, fair use is not something that YouTube enforces, right? So, Content ID is a system which automatically enforces copyright claims against content which is matched at all. But the way that you resolve copyright, like Content ID, the fair use as far as it resolves the Content ID, is that you dispute it, and at that point you're just interacting with the copyright holder. So when you talk about it being inconsistent, the reason that it's inconsistent is because it is inconsistent. I enforce copyright of my own content inconsistently, right? So I will allow some people to use it. I will not allow other people to use it. I do it based on my own judgment of both when I care to enforce it and whether it's fair use. And that is 100% my right as a copyright holder. When someone infringes my copyright, I have the ability to, you know, go to them and say, no, you don't get to do that, or to do otherwise. And, you know, if I choose to do that, that's my position. But fair use is never enforced by YouTube. It's always enforced by copyright holders. And copyright holders disagree. So in all cases, YouTube is simply a middleman. It offers a platform which allows people to communicate, but it does not enforce copyright itself. That is up to you and the copyright holder to work out what should be fair use, what is not fair use. Aha! I have a banana! I am a banana! Yeah, no, people steal my video all the time. I have one popular viral video, and that popular viral video is routinely stolen. It's been stolen more than 130 times over the past 2 years. Right, but the judgment of whether something is fair, I mean, the reality is that fair use is decided only by the court. If you are willing to stand up in court and say, I believe this is fair use, then you can always dispute something until the very bitter end, right? So if you get a Content ID claim, which will always happen, even if it's fair use, because no automated system can judge fair use, then it will, you know, you dispute it. If the copyright holder upholds it, then you appeal it. If the copyright holder upholds it again, they will have to give you a strike, at which point it becomes a DMCA issue, and DMCA is handled under U.S. federal copyright law, and there's very little that is of concern in that regard. Or rather, there's very little that's under YouTube's control in that regard. At that point, you are dealing with federal copyright law, and federal copyright law is outside of YouTube's control. So, and the process is that if someone issues a takedown, then you can appeal it, or rather you can counter it, at which point they have to go to court and take it down. According to a publicly released or a publicly available document available from the WIPO website, the number of people who actually submit copyright counter notifications compared to the number of people who get copyright takedowns is less than 3%. Nobody does it. So while I agree with that, as a theoretical position, it is impractical given the volume of content ID, content available in Content ID to have YouTube staff check all of it. Instead, what YouTube does is take a reactive approach to responding to claims, and as a result, will take punitive action against people who make invalid claims, including kicking them out of the program, including restricting their access to use features like manual claiming and other things like that. So I think that YouTube has done frankly, comparatively speaking, a stellar and bang-up job at responding to Content ID claims in the past 3 years. And I think that that is consistent with the time frame in which YouTube has had a team which works on addressing and measuring and attacking Content ID abuse. So it's no coincidence that 3 years is a number I picked. Instead, that's the result of them actually, taking that seriously and working on it. The other Rocket Knight is way cooler. I totally agree. I want to be him. Let's just start all over. Well, Down Phoenix, the reality is that you don't see it, so it's realistically impossible for you to judge. So I think that, but I also think that your focus on fair use indicates that what you're concerned about is not. So just keep in mind, right? So there's 50 million ish claims. Figure there's 50 million claims a month. Okay. Just as a roundabout ballpark guess based on numbers presented at VidCon. How many invalid claims, cases where the content is not a valid match, do you feel that you have received in the past 60 days? Or have heard of, or anything else like that? You don't see the people who get affected. I mean, again, but go ahead. Tell me how many invalid claims, cases not where it's fair use, not where you think that the content holder doesn't have it, because I admit our metadata is suboptimal, but instead cases where the matched content was inaccurate. Invalid because they didn't match actual content, or because you believe the content owner didn't have rights to that content. So I'm asking only the former at the moment. So if you look at the rate of claims where the claimed content is not does not technically match, right? So there's two things that matter, right? One is, there's two things that are relevant in this conversation, right? Sure, but so one, disputing a false claim and getting it overturned is not evidence that anyone has done anything wrong. The Content ID partner did not necessarily do anything wrong if you dispute and the copyright holder agrees with your dispute. That is how the system is intended to work. So those are not cases where the system is necessarily flawed. It might be. And speaking as someone who has done that and had copyright, I mean, keep in mind, you're talking to someone who has probably lost more money to invalid Content ID claims than most YouTubers will ever make. I have lost approximately $2,000 to invalid Content ID claims. I am aware the system can go poorly. I am also aware of things that you can't see, and YouTube should make more public, but does not currently. Along the lines of YouTube does a lot to improve things. But what I'm saying at the moment, I am streaming until I finish this boss. I'm on the last stage of this game, And my hope is that this is the final stage of this boss, but my guess is it's not because he's way too small. So my guess is there's at least 1 or 2 more stages of this boss, and my goal is to get through all of them. But yeah, so again, we're talking about. Oh, did Jess say she's leaving? Oh, okay. I love you, Jess. Well, the chat has slowed down a lot, which is why the goblet is taking forever. God damn it. I don't know how to take this guy out. I mean, your approach to claiming is disputing is fine, right? So if you have content which is being claimed by someone who isn't the owner, disputing is the right approach. You know, YouTube reviews hundreds of thousands or tens of thousands of you know, pieces of content per week to figure out if they're valid based on things like, you know, high dispute rates or other things like that. So, I mean, continued disputing is the right approach. And I mean, in the past, this was more of a problem because when you disputed, you would during the entire time of the dispute, there would be no money and everything else like that. And now that's resolved. So if you dispute and it's resolved in your favor in the end, then you know, it's over. You won. You get all the cash, and there's no longer an incentive to the companies that make bogus claims to do it. Well, the reality is that none of us can file claims, right? So we can't make content ID claims, and so we suffer. If you're finding someone stealing your content and then making claims against you, which is what happened to me, then you can follow up with a DMCA claim against the you know, person who made the original claim. No, Nintendo very rarely sends strikes. I also monetize all my Nintendo content. Nintendo has recently changed to be a company that does not care if you use their content. Even if you're not part of their thing, they just claim it via Content ID. They have all of their music is in Content ID, so it's trivial for them to claim almost all videos that have Nintendo content in them, so they don't mind. Well, that's good, Cowdizzle, because I monetize all my content and all of my. God damn it! Should have saved after this phase. All right, I'm down 1 heart. Let's see if I can get through this without losing any more hearts. Let's just grind this out. No, I don't get monetization. I just push the monetize button and then they claim it later, and I don't care. Neither do they. Disputing it would not go well. You get a strike eventually. Don't dispute things you don't have full rights to, which includes almost all gameplay. The defense of, I don't have rights to use this content, but neither does this other person, is not a really strong defense. And so YouTube and myself personally are not super, like, you know, supportive and enthusiastic about that defense, which is the most common defense I see on YouTube. or most common complaint I see on YouTube is like, well, I don't have rights to use this, but the person who's claiming it doesn't either. And about 3/4 of the time they're wrong. You know, music licensing in particular, I think is dreadfully confusing. And then of course there's you know, other cases where it doesn't work out either. So yeah, they probably just don't have the Star Fox music in the database. Cowdizzle, I'm pretty sure that there's like Content ID appeals have like 4 form options, and 3 of them are traps. Like 3 of them will just reject your claim immediately with like, no, that's not how copyright works. One is like, I bought the CD and therefore I have rights to it, or other things like that. Like, these things are all common copyright myths, but the goal there is to re-educate people and say like, no, that's not really how copyright works. Just because you bought the CD doesn't mean that you have the right to do this, blah, 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 and so on and so forth. But yeah, so when someone says like, even though you're monetizing or not monetizing or whatever, what I mean by that is like, I check the monetize option, but Content ID doesn't care about the monetize option. It overrides the monetize option, so. That's right. Also, Cowdizzle is trying to get me fired. So, good job, Cowdizzle. I did unsuspend a bunch of people once because I was 99% sure that the code that we had used was broken, and then I got my ability to unsuspend people taken away. I was hoping that was the last boss, but it was clearly not. Mr. Steven, that's terrible advice. And like, there's this whole idea that whether you monetize something or not makes a difference as to whether you get a strike. And I think that that's extremely unlikely. I think there is effectively no chance that whether you monetize something or not means you get a strike or not. There are absolutely companies that issue strikes for gameplay content, but I have only ever run into it since YouTube Gaming launched with companies that have had their content leaked and had people play before leaks. So I have seen people who have gotten strikes, but every single one of them was like, someone got an early copy of No Man's Sky and then streamed to like 12,000 people watching before they had released their like 1.0 patch and blah blah blah, and Sony or whoever did a bunch of takedowns. But like, that's the only case that I have seen since YouTube Gaming launched where anyone has gotten a strike for anything other than disputing things. Now, don't dispute content, don't dispute claims if you don't have rights, and if you don't have rights includes like Nintendo, you know, you don't have rights to all of their music and everything else like that. If you don't have rights can include effectively all gameplay, but that's not really the same thing. Are you serious, Nico? And yeah, joining networks also provides no protection. This used to be the case. It used to be the case that basically managed partners, well, probably still is, that managed partners couldn't receive strikes, but managed partners are not a thing that like you can become anymore. So the idea that you are protected by a network is completely, you know, it is now ancient wisdom that no longer applies to the current reality. So I think the help pages basically say, like, you know, MCNs can help you understand strikes, but they can't actually resolve them or help you resolve them or anything else like that. So down Phoenix, there is basically an order of operations on Content ID. The order of operations is track, which means no advertisements, but the person who claims it gets to see the views comes before monetize, comes before block. So if you have any track claim on your video, it will never run ads. So by finding an asset, like a Content ID piece of reference content that always generates a track asset, that track asset will then cause all other claims on the video to not, well, I mean, if you had a block claim, it would still override it, but the monetized claims won't. And so, like, if you would have gotten ads on your video based on a monetized claim, the track claim will override it, and instead of having ads on it, it will just not, you won't be able to make money, but neither will anybody else. So Jim Sterling is correct in the technical aspects of that, but... But it doesn't work. It's not nearly as complicated as he like pretends, and that only works because he intentionally does not want to monetize his content, which is basically a strategy that very few people have in general. You know, a few Patreon creators have it, but it's in the like dozens to hundreds who would be like, yeah, my goal with my YouTube channel is to not monetize my content. That's a very rare position. Okay, so I have not gotten to the part of the game that just loops yet, because I have not seen this part yet. Chef Tech Grade, hello HS, hello Tyrone, hello Brendan, welcome, welcome. Okay, so I've got one extra life, so I can die to this guy once. And then I can save, but I'll see if I can take some hits off him first. Okay. Hello, hello, Neon, you're beautiful. Hello, Brendan. Hello, all of you. Man, look at all these people. I am doing well. I am doing well. We've had a long discussion about Trump and the ACA. I did tell one person to leave the stream earlier after being tired of his bullshit. Thank you very much. I love my hat. Welcome, and thank you all for helping to kill the snake above my head. As you chat, we will kill the snake, and so that is awesome. And welcome, welcome! But yeah, so now we're just trying to finish off this last boss, as far as I can tell. I don't know. I don't know if it's the last boss or not. I'm already like 15 minutes past my normal stream end time, and I'm so confused. If I continue, does it take back to me? That's not true, Disguise Falling. Not you. You're a different person. Pretty sure. I am happy to debate people in earnest. First streamer. I am the boss. I'm not the boss. No, this purple thing is the boss, I'm pretty sure. I don't know how to damage it, though. Do I have to hit that thing on top of its head? Oh, it's not always on top. Hello, hello! Thank you all for being here. Anyway, I'm the Chris Who Plays Games, playing retro games every Monday and Friday at 9:15 p.m. Eastern Time. Tonight we're playing what is this called? Rocket Knight Adventures, where I play, I think, Sparky? Something like that? Okay, I think I have to hit that red thing on top of his head. Which is not always on top of his head. And I guess my gravity is low. So I can do higher jumps. There we go. I'm sure he's got like 6 forms, because all of these bosses seem to have like 6 forms, so We'll try and get through the forums here, and I've got a save state at the beginning of this boss fight, so yeah, that's the second forum. Okay, so now I have no idea where I'm supposed to attack him because he doesn't have a little red thing anymore. Okay, so now I got red things attacking me. That's good. Yeah. Ugh. Take care, Jennifer Cairns. Thank you for stopping by tonight. Have a great night. Snake got wrecked. Now we're on to Troll. Okay, so those things I think I just have to avoid, and now we're going to have some more things to avoid. So now do you go back to red mode? Oh, there we go. Oh my gosh! It's getting harder! God damn it. Alright. I mean, invincibility frames seem to be an important part of this game, so I feel like that's excuse me, an important part of all boss fights. God damn it. And I totally just dropped that save state, so I can't possibly avoid it, didn't I? Awesome. Note to self, when dropping save states, don't drop them immediately before the boss is going to crush your head. There we go. Yeah, Brandon Henderson, I mean, so I don't know how sad it is for democracy around the globe. I mean, I think the election of Donald Trump sends certainly an interesting series of messages, and someone commented on Twitter something along the lines of, you know, it's weird, at 11:59, Barack Obama was the leader of the free world, and at 12:01, Angela Merkel became the leader of the free world. It's very strange, which I realize is incendiary for those of you who believe that Trump is going to provide leadership to the free world, but in general that has not been the clear opinion of those around the world, despite Trump's patting himself on the back for all these meetings he has with all these people and how great of a negotiator he'll be and everything else like that. Even if he's great for the US, given his absolute and straightforward protectionist bent, it seems hard to really defend his role as a significant leader of the free world. I just don't think that that's the role that he wants to try and take. He basically sees, you know, as America first, America primary, America only, as the approach that the U.S. should take, and that's a hard sell for me. But even if you believe strongly in Trump, which I obviously do not, I think it should still be a hard sell that we can then continue to be the leaders of the free world. Pure bromance. Well, that's why they're in my thumbnail, man. One's riding a lion, one's riding a bear. It's awesome. BFFs. Best countries forever. Take care, Tyrone. Have a great night. Where the fuck did you come from? So it's hard to say, right? So although Trump has obviously expressed a lot of, pro-Russian sentiment, I think that his cabinet has not. If you look at the responses of his cabinet to many of the hearings that they had over the past week, there's certainly a lot of people who are breaking bad with him on, the U.S. relationship to Russia, especially over hacking, but even, more so in other things like that. So, what? Yes. Okay. Yeah, so I don't know how that's gonna work out. It's hard for me to imagine it being as simple as, like, Trump will get his Putin man-boy love relationship going in the way that he wants it to. So. To be clear, I think that Europe absolutely does need us, whether they acknowledge that or not. I meant man-boy love, but man-bear love, same thing. Ah! God damn it. Hey, Rivers, how's it going? Not bad. Just trying to finish off. I'm hoping this is, like, close to the last boss. I'm already past when I should usually be done streaming, and Mrs. CPG is already glaring at me angrily. So, trying to figure out if I can finish off this last boss and complete this game, wrap it up for the night so I don't walk away from the game and then come back and just never finish it or anything else like that. Had a lot of conversations tonight about the future of the U.S. and decisions made so far by the Trump administration and what we can take from that. It's good to see you here, my friend, as well as everybody else. Again, as usual, I am the Chris who plays games, playing retro games every Monday and Friday at 9:15 p.m. Eastern Time. Save stating my way through the galaxy tonight. Alright. God damn it, wrong button. Oh no, right button. Okay, so this I haven't figured out how to avoid yet. Yeah, apparently I'm like one of the few streams out there that is just like willing to talk politics. It's one of the pieces of feedback that I routinely get is like, wow, like a streamer who's willing to talk politics. And I'm like, well, I gave Trump a chance and all I got was this stupid grizzly bear is obviously giving a little bit of a sense of that even before you talk to me. But sure, yeah, whatever, welcome. I realize that as with many things that I do in my YouTube career, I do not do them to maximize my viewership or appeal. Hey, Raining Ravens, how's it going? We also talked about a lot of the, I mean, I think that we also tried to cover, despite my, you know, commie pinko left-wing views, as a resident of the People's Republic of Cambridge in the state of Massachusetts, we still tried to talk about the fact that, you know, if Trump sticks to his promises, there's a bunch of things that would be nice. Unfortunately, his promises are largely based on lies, misinterpretations, and misunderstandings, which makes it a little bit more difficult to think he'll do that. But it is hopeful. I look forward his comments that we're going to somehow have cheaper universal healthcare is awesome. I look forward to seeing the math on that. The fact that he wants to get rid of essentially every, you know, government program that I care about is a little bit less awesome, but at least, you know, fiscal conservatism is good. MR32. I know what MR32 is. Not Texachusetts, Taxachusetts. Oh god, so close. Oh, MR32, Steven, got it. Sorry, I was confused, but it's because I can't read things. Well, I don't really have an open mind. I just, you know, am willing to accept the wrong opinions that are around me. No, like if Trump is going to do good things, it's the same thing Obama said, right? Obama said, you know, if Trump comes up with a replacement for the ACA, which is better and cheaper, like great, I'll be the first one in line. Like I don't think it's possible. No one else who is like more educated in the industry seems to believe it's a possibility, but if you can do it, like great, like let's do it. I don't care who provides an idea. I said that the best thing, the absolute best thing that could happen over the next 4 years is that every fear, concern, and doubt that I have about Trump is proved 100% wrong, and he goes down as one of the best presidents in history. Like if that happens, great. Let's do it. Let's you know, let's get behind it 100%. I am with you all the way. Let's go, President Trump. It's hard for me to imagine given everything that's happened, but great. Which books are we cooking? I don't know. I'm not cooking any books. I do my taxes legit. I hand all my data over to my accountant. He does them. Alright. I'm probably doing something rare. It's just like, oh my god, the save states, they're driving me crazy. I can't deal! But this is how the Chrissy Plays Games play games. Ever since the rule number 4 of CPG was established, CPG should always cheat. Ha ha! Did I get it? I tried to stream River City Ransom at one point, and it busted itself, which is very sad. Is that the last boss? Did I do it? Is this the end? What application am I using for chat? Oh, are you talking about the Septipus? Septipus RPG. You can do RPG for more info. I am so the rant was at 11 o'clock. Oh, I have to walk. I was like, why is nothing happening? Why is nothing happening, Nightbot? Anyway, so Septipus is a bot, and I am a Patreon supporter. Patreon supporters get access to a feature where, yeah, so there's an RPG Nightbot command, but maybe Nightbot's not around. I haven't seen him all night. Anyway, so yeah, as a supporter of the Septipus Patreon, I get access to the RPG, and basically as people talk, it defeats things. Raining Ravens, the next CPG rant will probably go up tomorrow, possibly Sunday, because I'm going to a protest/demonstration tomorrow. But if you want to, it'll be 1 hour and 45 minutes into the VOD once I upload it, so. Yes, it is a Narcos horse. Oh shit. There's another boss. Yeah, probably Tekinator. God damn it. I can't attack. What am I supposed to do? Like, none of my buttons do anything. Alright, let's see. Do I just dodge until I get to the ground? Like, that feels crappy. I mean, I can not get hit, but I feel like I should do damage to an enemy. It feels like the point of enemies. Slinky's too strong. Oh god, I got Slinky. Don't get me, Slinkies! Oh god! God damn it. Alright, I feel like I've just got to hang out until I get to the ground. Not sure if I'm going to be able to do it on this round, but luckily save states. Uh-oh, heat shield. Oh, I have a heat shield. He doesn't have a heat shield. He's going to catch on fire. Is he going to catch on fire now? Yes! I did it! Down Phoenix, a Trump protest. I mean, protest is probably not the right word, but, you know, it's a gathering. March. It's a march. It's like a pro-women, pro-everything else like that march. So, like, Senator Warren's gonna speak, and I think Ed Markey's also coming, other stuff like that. So, demonstration. There you go. I know, I have tickets in my email. But Mrs. CPG signed me up because she loves me. It's unfortunately official, says the DNC Rapid Response Team. Fuck off. That was such a... Don't be so self-important. No, Ed Markey, Brad. But yeah, we'll be, So, Brendan, I think that's unfair. I think Republicans, painting Republicans with a whole cloth is almost never going to work. In the same way that painting all Democrats, or all Hispanics, or all LGBT people, or anything else like that. I did it! Woohoo! I win! They are a broad and varied group with many different whatevers. The Boston Women's March. The Women's Boston March for America. So 90,000 registered people. We're pretty close. We're only on the T, so we don't have to worry about like driving in or out or anything else like that. We've also got a relatively safe space near the event. So we've got that if we need to bail out and get someplace safe. So I'm happy about that. No golfing. I actually like the game a lot. I think that, without save states, I think it would have been a lot more frustrating. As with all games, I think that unlimited continues would be a good idea. Not having unlimited continues, I just never will understand. I guess it basically just makes the games take longer. Went back when you had to rent them and everything else like that. I think that, yeah, it was fun. It was a nice platformer. It was whatever. No. How about no, Cowdizzle? Alright, presented by Konami. Woo! Yeah, so overall fun game. I don't think that, I'll try normal mode. Sounds good, Victor. All right, so I did it in easy mode. I won't do it in normal mode because obviously I won't, but yeah. It was a fun game. It was a good game. It had, the controls were good, the art was good. It generally had a decent boss level ramp up. I don't think that it was, you know, it's hard for me to say because I did so much save stating whether it would be too hard if I was not in that space. But I think it was good, and I will consider playing the second one. Yeah, I kind of figured. Yeah, so easy mode, I think the primary differences between easy mode and the other modes are actually just the number of lives and continues you have, which, given that I constantly abuse save states, make very little difference to me. So, yes, I saw I figured how it was going down. But yeah, so thank you all for being here. Thank you all for watching. Thank you all for everything else like that. It's late, so I'm not going to send you on to another streamer. Thank you for watching if you did watch, and for allowing me to get out some of my inner monologue about Trump's cabinet picks, about the ACA. I maintain and reiterate, my best hope for this country at this point is that I absolutely hope, for everyone's sake, that Donald Trump is looked at as the best president we ever had, not for the things that he has indicated he's going to do or his campaign promises, but because he actually does great things for this country. And if he does, I will be the first person standing in line there cheering with him. If he manages to figure out how to do healthcare right, if he manages how to figure out how to do term limits, if he manages to figure out how to do major infrastructure spending that reinvigorates the middle class, you know, all of those things are great. And I will be right there in line to shake his hand and say thank you. And so that's the best hope we have. And in the meantime, I will push back against people who, you know, are not sure whether grabbing a woman by the pussy is you know, sexual assault. People who don't believe in climate change. People who don't believe in following the laws established by the Department of Labor, being in charge of the Department of Labor, and people who have never had any experience in education or the public school system at all, being Department of Education secretary. All these things are silly, and I will push back on those. So yeah, and I think that you know, it's good to see you. Thank you very much for all the raids from Tech and from others. It's awesome, and I will see all of you, I hope, or at least some of you, on Monday. CPG Rant will go up later this weekend, and I will, you know, you'll see that then. Other than that, take care. Have a great night. I love you all. Bye-bye.